live here at the station of decapitation without your head. I'm Nasty Neal, and I'm joined by Taylor Martin, director of Silent Night.
Silent Bite.
Silent Bite. I have it written down too.
No worries.
Yeah. And I
Thank you
love
for
the
having
name
me.
too. It was one of the first things I wanted to bring up. That the name's great. Silent Bite.
Thank you. Our director of photography, Tim Davis, was standing in my kitchen, and we got the text that we needed to name the movie. And I think it was his second guess, and he was just horsing around, and they were like, "Bingo."
Oh, that's impressive because sometimes people start with like, oh, we've got a silly name or we got a cool name and a punny name and it works. And now we'll write the movie around that.
Oh yeah.
So give people an idea who aren't familiar yet what Silent Bite is.
Silent Bite is a holiday horror Christmas vampire film. It's a bit Tarantino inspired and From Dusk Till Dawn. Horror comedic elements and undertones. It's about a group of bank robbers that have a big heist on Christmas Eve because, they think the police are laying low. Nobody wants to deal with that on Christmas. And they find themselves at this motel, the Jolly Roger Inn, and they are thinking they are just going to stow away overnight, wait until the heat dies down and everything. But little do they know, the manager at the hotel has his hands in sort of the underbelly of all things in this desolate location, and there's a group of vampires that are hungry.
And yes, and they are. Hence the name Silent Bite. But no,
Indeed.
I love the mashup because you got the heist movie, and you got the vampires there. And so,
Mhm.
how did you come? How did you get involved? Because we mentioned the
Sure.
writer Simon Phillips. So were you like involved before he was even writing it, or were you involved after you wrote the script?
I was involved after. It's a fun story. I believe you know Greg Lamberson from
Yes.
Buffalo. Um,
Who
Simon and
speaks
I.
highly of you?
Thank you. I love Greg. I speak highly of Greg as well. I credit Greg for getting me this movie. I'm very thankful. Back when it was his Buffalo Dreams Film Festival, formerly known last year, Simon and I had a short film and was filmmaker of the year that year, nice prestigious award. And Simon and his crew came down and had a premiere for their film What Lurks Beneath, which is out now recently in the last couple days on Amazon Prime. And they just so happened to be in the audience when my film played directly before theirs. And then next thing you know, we're networking and having a conversation. And Simon said, "Would you ever do a zombie movie?" At first, it was zombies, believe it or not.
Oh.
And then they changed directions, and I didn't hear anything for a couple months. And then all of a sudden, it happened all at once. And I think it was just a great working relationship from the jump. And I came in largely after the script was written, but I did handle I freelanced my own crew from here, from Buffalo. We went up to Canada and we got to be involved in a lot of pre-production and prep and design work and things. And it was really, really cool. And, hopefully this collaboration, is a couple years in the making and we'll keep going.
Yeah. So, so you made shorts before this is your feature length
Mhm.
directorial debut. How obviously besides the length, how much
Sure.
of a bigger thing is that from making a short film to now you're making a feature film?
The gap between my longest short film and Silent Bite is 70 minutes. So my longest
Quite
short
a bit.
at the time was 20 minutes long. The Six, it was a bit Running Man vibe. It was our most marketable film, I believe, at the time, and that's what I believe was shown to the producers that got me this job. So it was definitely a heavy lift, but I would say that it was very organized with we shot in ways that I hadn't shot before, where we shot perfectly out of sequence per location, and that has completely changed the way that I shoot now when I do my own thing.
Hmm.
So we would get one location out of the way, even if it meant jumping from the beginning of the movie to right to the middle to the end. We would move from the bar out to the vampire den to outside. One day was one thing, and it just made it a heck of a lot easier.
So, yeah, so like break down the script and you do the different locations. So that wasn't something you
Hmm.
did on your short films, or were they like all in one
No.
location? The short films, would you like film them in order?
So I got my start at the 48-hour film projects as a director. I've been in the film world for 6 or 7 years now as an actor, writer, but then I took the leap directing about over 2 years ago. And the 48s are a great place to start because everybody has one directive and one goal, and they understand it's no budget, they understand everything, and you're just trying to make a project. But those took off for us in such a way that it was really the launching pad of our whole career, and we still do them every once in a while for fun. We just did one, and it turned out really, really good. But I have, moved since then more into the more business side of things and feature filmmaking and things. But I have been ambitious in that frame time. There have been multiple locations in one film. However, lately I've just learned so much from Simon and everybody that I've been working with these last few years that I think I've learned a bit more of efficiency.
Yeah. So did you go to film school?
I so right out of high school, I went to film school when I was 18. I went to Edinburgh, Pennsylvania, and I'm not sure why they structured it the way that they did, but they set it up in such a way where I couldn't even get my hands on a camera until junior year, and it was nothing but art prerequisites for a couple years. I got so frustrated because I'm not a drawer, I'm not a painter, and I actually dropped out and went into healthcare, and I've been working in a hospital for the last 12 years. So, eventually I found my way back 6 or 7 years ago. I started making comedic content, and some people saw it online and suggested I get into acting. They sent me to a few people that they thought I would fit in with, and then it just sort of took off from there.
So I noticed you're in a lot of stuff and a lot of stuff
Mhm.
coming up. So when you went to film school, was the goal to you wanted to make your own films, or did you want to
Oh,
be an
yeah.
actor?
No, I wanted to be a director. I really never thought that I would be an actor. But I was under the pretense that I had to know how to operate a camera to be a filmmaker,
Hmm.
and I still have no idea how to operate a camera. So
Yeah.
I guess that's not true.
Yeah. And I don't want to tell anyone not to go to film school, obviously, but I do know most of my friends who are in filmmaking, either didn't or kind of like what you're saying, they didn't really find film school to be what they thought it would be.
Mhm.
And really working on sets with other filmmakers is how most people I know like learned how to make movies or in any form.
I would say from my experience, I was too young at the time. It was far away from home, and I just wasn't focused and locked in. And then I will say though that around here, the Buffalo programs in particular, Buffalo State is incredible. They keep uh, these classes that they have seem to be much more like very, very focused on the actual filmmaking process. I don't know their curriculum off the top of my head, but I will say that I have worked with plenty of college students in the Buffalo area, and they are getting churned out like crazy, and they're industry ready, I will say. So it's so pleasant to work with them because they're so knowledgeable and they're very by the book, and I learn a lot, ironically, from the graduates who are coming out.
Oh,
And
okay.
yeah, so I highly recommend, you know, the young ones.
Yeah. So when you like left film school, did you just think that's not happening, I'm not gonna, make movies?
Yeah, when I was about 14 or 15, I visited Hollywood with my family and I went to Paramount, and I was like, yeah, for sure, this is what I'm going to be doing. I just felt either like I had been there before or just some sort of like kismet going on. And then when I came home, I started a family, and I was like, well, I can't have this type of job that's ambiguous, open-ended. Now I have to have a job where I punch a clock and have money coming in that makes sense. And I was in that limited way of thinking for at least a decade, and I'm still trying to make the transition. But I think I forgot about it for so long. And then I don't know, my kids started getting a little older. I got a little bit more independence, and I found myself like it just happened the way that it was supposed to be. And then once it started happening, it took off in ways that felt a little unreal, felt like, huh. And so that's how I knew like it just felt better. It was a better fit for my personality, and that it was something that I could be much better at. I can't be a boss in my current, field where I have a degree. And this just allows me to have much more leadership and much like it stretches my skills to a place that my current day job can't take me. So, I plan on fully transitioning in the next year or two.
So before you made your first short, did you do any acting at that point, or did the acting come after?
Nope, the acting came before. I think I acted for about 4 years before I did my first short.
And is that something you enjoy doing as well? I see you in
I
a lot
do.
of stuff. I saw
I
you were in
am.
Summer Days of Slasher Days of Summer.
Mhm. Oh, yeah, that was a fun one. Um, yeah, I love acting. There's some things I'm doing internationally right now that are very fun. Canada's been very good to me lately, so I'm having fun making a lot of networks in Canada. I try not to do a whole lot because I just have so many bigger things going on right now that I'd rather just stay in my lane and just work on the things that I'm developing rather than chasing a working acting life. And then I usually end up just being able to have a small little thing in whatever I'm doing anyway, so it scratches the itch anymore.
Yeah.
I'm having a lot more fun providing opportunities for other people.
Mhm. So, you said you get to know filmmakers from Canada. Did most of that come through the festivals?
Mhm. Yep, it came directly from Silent Bite.
And what was Greg's Bill's movie? It's unbelievable,
Unbelievable. Yeah, I helped
unbelievable.
with
It's a hard one for me to say, but the
I helped with the pre-production of that and their campaigning, and that was a lot of fun because that was one of the first times I actually really got to see what happened in the process before a feature film gets made. And
yeah,
everybody does everything different, and that's totally okay. But it was the first time I really got a taste of more producing for other people other than just getting my own movies off the ground. And I realized like one of my biggest piece of advice to actors and working actors is find 2 to 3 things about filmmaking or the process or jobs within it that you love just as much as acting, and you'll never be disappointed. Because then it just motivates you to, if you're not getting the right roles that you want, then you have these other things to fall back on and maybe even start something yourself.
yeah. So Simon Phillips, you get in contact with him through Greg, and so right away, do you guys hit it off? And he's like, "Oh,
Yeah,
I
right
think you're right
away.
for this."
Yeah. So what was shown at Greg's festival was actually an unfinished. He was nice enough to allow us an uncolor graded and unfinished piece that we had put in. It was a World War II multi-language thriller, and I guess it was good enough, you know, because other filmmakers know what the process is like. They know what the pile of lumber is compared to the finished product, and they know how much it could improve. So it was good enough unfinished to land a feature, and that will always mean a lot to me. And I think Simon might have been looking for like potentially a female director to add to his arsenal that could really, like handle a crew and has their own crew. And I think we were just a really good fit. We're so close. We're right over the border.
Yeah, and so Silent Bite, it's an independent movie, but I assume a much bigger budget than you had worked with before.
Yeah, I mean, the only budget I've ever really had was like I think I spent $1,000 outside of a 48 to finish the 6, and we doubled the length of it, the original length, and we shot a few days outside of it, and it was just food and a few set design pieces, and that was about it, some costuming, and yeah, to go from that to, like, couple tens of thousands of dollars, it was pretty cool.
Yeah, and that's so. When does it change from a zombie film to a vampire movie?
It's somewhere around, like, a month or 2 after I was in talks. I think it had something to do with projections, and maybe zombies are a bit played out at the moment, and maybe they found, like, a little niche where they were like, "Okay, Christmas horror has been done, vampires have been done, but maybe there's not too many in this area," so they narrowed it down just a little bit
Yeah,
more.
yeah. What is it about Christmas movies that really? There's more Christmas horror movies, I think, than there are Halloween horror movies. What is it
I
about
think
Christmas that horror fans love?
they're just so flashy. It's a fun mashup, and so I like to think of it like Christmas in the holiday season, especially in places that are cold, like Buffalo and in the
Yeah,
Northeast and
I'm in
things. It's
Massachusetts, so yeah.
oh, you're more frozen than we are. So it's a bit like I attribute it to like the pain of giving birth. Like the holiday season is painful, stressful, cold, freezing, unpleasant, but then the rest of the year you kind of forget that it's like that and then you have like a renewed sense of energy the time it comes around. So, it's just something about like you're indoors more, you're bored a little more, and so I think the comfort level is just there where it's like, okay, I have more free time because I don't want to be outside as much, so I may
Yeah.
as well fill my time with some entertaining things.
Mhm. So how important would you say, obviously you talked about, the festivals, but for someone out there who's never been to the festivals, and I think, on any level of filmmaking or acting, whatever they're doing, how important are they?
Oh, they're pretty important. I think getting involved in your community and being an advocate for your community are very important. The more you support people and local art and things, the more, it comes back to you in return. So I'm very grateful. I mean, I've been multiple times in Valkyrie Women's Film Festival as well, and a sponsor of them, Tamar, Greg's wife, Tamar Lamberson's festival. And I really just think they're just out there just providing great tools for the community to network. And I've met people, I think people from Texas come in this year, and some really, really cool people.
Yeah, and they're sponsoring my, virtual festival, Severed Limbs,
Oh,
Valkyrie, Film
beautiful.
Festival. Yeah, and I've been to Greg's, film festival several times. It's one of my
Mhm,
favorites. And you said about community, and that's what I like, a lot about Greg's. The festivals I like are the ones where it's people that come back,
mhm,
so people and people can see, like, they progress as a filmmaker, or they made something new,
mhm.
and where people watch stuff all in the same screen together, because I think
Yeah.
that's a it's a much different feeling if everyone over days are watching all the movies together in one screen, as opposed to, several screens, and sometimes movies are going on at the same time.
Oh, agreed. I've changed my tactic with our short film releases to where it's not just, hey, here it is on YouTube on Friday anymore. Even if it's 8 months away, I'll try and wait for one of the Buffalo festivals because it's so much fun teasing it for so long and then having people come out and then seeing other people's stuff. And I really love the Buffalo festivals because they take their time and really let people talk and speak about their art in the Q&As and things. And it's
Yeah,
cool because you don't often get to see your shorts on the big screen, more so features. So I actually hated The Six, my one film, and I was ready to trash it. And then I saw it in the theater with everybody for the first time, and I felt the audience energy, and it completely swayed my feeling on my own movie.
yeah, yeah. So my first, short film, played at Buffalo, and so, I didn't know what to think until I watched it with people, and people, reacted to it, so that was a positive thing. But that's a good point, though, because people think, oh, I'm going to get my movie at a theater, and obviously you watch with people. But short films, for the most part, are not going to play anywhere except for a festival.
Right.
And it's going to be your only chance to watch it with an audience.
Mhm.
And what do you do with your shorts, after the festival run?
They're on YouTube. They're on YouTube, and I would like to drive more traffic to them because I do feel they have pretty good quality for no budgets. I've made a playlist, but I have been considering trying to go through Film Hub or some other distributor as sort of like I've been recommended to try the anthology route. Like if I have enough content
Yeah.
and enough films to make a feature length, an
It's
hour and a half
either
to 2 hours,
yourself, like you could put them together, make a wraparound, or have, like,
right?
like a host or whatever, or get them involved in someone else's anthology, because that happens a lot too,
Hmm.
where it's like several, it's like five different directors, and they all have, a short film,
Oh, that
and they
would be fun.
make an anthology of it. Because, like you said, it's great that it's on YouTube, but if it's on a, part of something else, more people can see it.
Right, of course. Ours is our team did kind of an American Horror Story thing going on where you can tell they're all our movies, they're the same vibe, they're the same art direction and kind of things, but our cast takes turns, and like with like one of us will lead one movie and then supporting actors and things, and we'll just keep rotating and rotating so people, keep getting good stuff, and everybody is just very, very kind about it, and they understand if it's not their turn, they're not like, we have a no drama policy, and I take that very seriously.
That's yeah. Well, I I think that's should be common sense, but if people like being around you on set, that's why people, unless you're completely terrible,
Yeah.
but if you're someone that people like being around, you're more likely to be invited back on something.
Mhm.
or someone will, hey, get this person on set. They were, they're fun to be around. They're a good person, and they're not going to bring any drama.
Yeah, we have a system now which feels very good, and we know how to not get caught up on taking too much time on something while also being very collaborative and allowing lots of people input. So, yeah, we have had to unfortunately, exit some people because it's just how it is. Some people don't click, don't gel. But I do take my sets very, very seriously and professional, and it actually really bums me out a lot. Um, if somebody has an unsavory experience of any kind, so we really try to keep it tight.
So, one last thing about Greg, and then we'll stop talking about that guy.
Certainly.
We've talked too much about Greg Lamberson, but I always think his Q&As are great because he's someone, independent filmmaker himself for many years, and I think he asks a lot of questions that don't get asked at other festivals.
Oh, I agree. The guy knows what he's doing. And he's very personable and he knows talent when he sees it and he's very celebratory. He understands that not everybody has money. He understands that some people have money. He understands that, you know, even he's not friends with everybody. Everybody's not friends with everybody, but it's still a very safe place no matter what.
And so I love the opening credits on Silent Bite, the animated credits. So as soon as I start watching, it's like, oh wow, this is I like this. So I assume that's not like in the script. So who's doing who does the animation?
There was an artist, I believe by the name of Lone Lion. I had never met them, but I believe that's their stage name. And so even though I was the director of this film, there were a few creative components that Simon did handle, and then other components that we were able to handle, and it was just a very collaborative effort. But what actually happened with the beginning and the opening was it was scripted and we were meant to shoot a montage. However, we ran out of time and it was way too cold or the weather wasn't cooperating in the scenic sense that we needed. And so we had trouble getting everybody back again for that one thing. So um we sort of just made it a theme of the movie because then we have, some animated countdowns and things and some intros and we just sort of leaned into the creative design of it to help us out.
Yeah, and it looks great. So did you know that person like before? Do you ever worked with them or?
No, no, never. It's funny because the experience is so interesting because when I do my shorts, I have control over everything. And with this, I had to sit back and stay in my lane, so to speak, and do my job and be the employee that I was meant to be and just trust that every facet of everything else would come together, even if I didn't, have eyes on it all the time or whatever. And I was very pleasantly surprised. Like there was nothing that of the process that came about that I had to, have any issue with or anything. It all worked out really well, and I like the look of it.
Yeah, no, it looks awesome. And how much does that change the script when you went from zombies to vampires? Because I assume the zombies weren't
Hmm.
talking, and I don't know if they were running around.
I don't think I had any details at all on what and who the zombies would sound like or be. I think it was only mentioned to me once that it would be an indie horror zombie
Okay, so you
Christmas
didn't have like
movie.
the full script at that time, or
No,
you
by the
didn't have.
time I got the script, no, no. So like months went by, and the only thing that I heard was because they were filming Mickey, the Mousetrap, at the time,
Hmm.
and I got a check-in during that, and it was, "Hey, by the way, this is still happening, and it's vampires now." And then by the time I got the script, it was strictly only vampires, so, I think had it been a different script, it might not have been as, like, the monsters I don't think would have been as communicative, or it would have
Yeah.
been, like, such a versus. It just would have been mostly on the robber men dealing with their circumstances.
Mhm. I'm glad you went with the vampires. So,
Oh, me too.
do you have any favorite vampire movies?
Renfield is one of my favorites.
Oh, that's
I think
yeah.
they couldn't have done a better job. I know it's newer and like everybody's about the classics, but Renfield is top notch.
Yeah, no, that one surprised me. I honestly went in thinking
Hmm.
like, I'm not gonna like this, but no, I had a really good time watching it. I like the comedy of it, and I love Nicolas Cage in it.
Yeah, some
He's
of his
really
best work, Aquafina. I mean,
yeah,
they're all they're all really good, and the
yeah.
action is fantastic, and it's I just love the cinematography, and it's just a really, really good movie. It's a surprising sleeper movie that came out that I saw in theaters twice. I've only seen 3 movies in theaters twice. One was Titanic, one was Iron Man, and one was Renfield.
Okay. All right, Renfield. Well, I didn't expect that answer, but I'm not against it. I like I'm a fan of the movie. And how about some of your favorite Christmas horror films?
Christmas horror, I mean, one of my favorite Christmas movie of all time is Jim Carrey's The Grinch.
Okay.
But I do happen to like all the other Simon Christmas movies. I think they're great. Once Upon a Time at Christmas is really good. I'm trying to think what other Christmas horror movies I watched. Believe it or not, I have trouble thinking of answers because I didn't grow up on horror movies.
Oh,
I had
really?
like,
Interesting.
yeah, I had such a traumatizing thing happen to me when I was young with my older sister forced me to watch Poltergeist at way too young of an age, and it stuck with me so terribly that it didn't take me until like now as an adult that I can stomach more things.
What was it about Poltergeist? Because honestly, when I was a kid, so I watched horror movies since I was very, very little, and so nothing. Not that I'm a tough guy, but I just watched so many of them, they didn't bother me.
Mhm,
But Poltergeist, there's actually a couple of things that I always did scare me as a kid. One is that he has like the toy in his bedroom that comes, it's looking at him and stuff. And because I always
mhm.
had a lot of toys, that and the scene where the guy's washing his face and his face falls off.
Yes, that was horrific, at, like, 6 or 7 years old, seeing that imagery. I think what it was the jump scare mixed with the imagery, and at that young of an age, your brain has no idea what it's taking in, and so it just leaves this lasting impression. So I think I just got exposed, like, a little too young to that type of, imagery and, like, adrenaline that was going off, and so I always associated it for so long with, like, something negative, and to this day, ghost movies still scare the hell out of me. I can do monster movies all day long,
Yeah.
but spooky, scary, like The Conjuring and stuff like that is just so
You believe
scary.
in ghosts?
Oh, totally, yeah,
So
most
when
definitely.
do you start watching horror movies again?
I started watching a couple years ago. Like I can tolerate movies like slasher movies. I can tolerate Scream and anything that doesn't cut any Achilles tendon is fine with me. That's
So
just
no
too
Pet
much.
Cemetery, the original Pet
No,
Cemetery?
I won't
Yeah.
watch it. No, because you know what? I got completely bamboozled when I watched Hostel, and it was so unsuspecting that I was like, "Okay, like,
What did you think
never
it was?
again."
Like, "Oh, this is just a nice movie where they're traveling around in
Oh,
Europe?"
I knew what it was, but I didn't know that I didn't like that until I saw that, and I was like, "That is the most cringy thing I could ever truly imagine." And, like, I'm pretty fine with anything else. I've become more accustomed to gore. I think I can watch it now and not peel away, but I just think it's funny that I'm choosing a business venture and lane that I'm honestly, like, a little, intimidated by, but
Yeah.
the more that I, immerse myself, the better it's becoming. I'm not as afraid of it anymore, but I definitely, um there are people out there that grew up on this stuff, and I have
Yeah, like me. Yeah. Yeah.
nothing but respect for the horror fandom, and I just can't wait to learn more, and I can see why it's so exciting and why these movies just get pumped out like crazy,
Yeah.
and
Well,
it's addicting.
it's kind of fun, I think, because every once in a while, someone on who, like yourself, didn't grow up watching, a ton of horror movies, and then they start to discover them later, in their life. And in a way, I'm kind of jealous. It's like, oh, you get to watch all this stuff for the first
Yeah.
time.
Yeah, I definitely like so people I respect immensely. It's like their identity. This is their thing, Halloween every year, all day every day.
Yeah.
And that's so cool. It's been fun. MVD are one of our distributors for DVDs. They sent out a bunch of DVDs to content creators are huge right now, as such as yourself, such as TikTokers, such as, horror reviewers. And it was just so cool to see them talking about me and our movie. And um right among there, the next day people are having I don't know, like a Halloween gajillionth anniversary DVD release, but like my post is right next to theirs, and I'm like, well, that's pretty neat.
Yeah. So when you wanted to become a filmmaker, was it to make horror movies, or did you think you
No.
would make other kind of movies?
No, not at all. But it did start out that what happened was my writing, I guess, tends to be a little bit darker in the character department. They're just I've always been drawn toward action and things. I'm not really like a rom-com kinda gal, but I think it started out as like dramas and thrillers and things, and then it kind of morphed into situational horror and me putting my characters in scarier situations than, like, say it was more than a scary movie. It was more like what they were going through in the movie was very scary. So then now it's morphed into scarier stuff.
This Lamberson guy's in the chat. Gregory Lamberson.
Hi, Greg.
Just saying hi to Taylor. Can't listen to the live broadcast because Kaylin is watching Sex in the City. But I'll watch the archival. Any
That's
also
great.
mentions, look at all this now.
That's a hilarious. I love Kaylin. She was actually in one of my movies. That's the mother-daughter duo there starting that festival was great. I have 2 kids. My youngest, she is in a bunch of my movies. She just found a knack for set designing.
Oh, cool. Well,
Mhm.
that's very and congratulations to her for being involved. So, you said you like action movies, and there's a lot of action in Silent Bite. So, have you directed a lot of action before?
A little bit, yeah. I directed this one zombie movie called Billy Must Live. It was my second movie, and it was very 80s, like Ghostbusters meets modern day zombies. And it had like the ensemble taking on a horde, and it was just so much fun. That's why I was like, when they came to me and were like, we want to make this zombie feature, I was like, oh, I have some experience, wouldn't you know? And then when we did the six, it was the premise is these very poor people went on this game show to be the sole survivor and win money. And so naturally, there was a lot of violence in that one. And we had to do some action there. But yeah, and then there's definitely some action, but nothing I've done as big at the time as Billy Must Live because we filled a whole gymnasium of an old high school with zombies and just let everybody have at it. We did like some old boy references where the camera was just kind of moving side to side and people were in the foreground, but like what was happening was far in the background. It was just some really cool layered stuff we did for, second timers out there.
Yeah, I have to check that out because you said your
Oh, you'd
short
like
films
it.
are on YouTube.
They're on YouTube, yeah, on our Nox Luna film channel.
All right, yeah, and I'll link everyone on our website so everyone can check them out.
Sure.
Yeah. So who does the gore in Silent Bite? The gore
Who
effects.
does the gore? Let's see. There were two people that participated in that. One of my good friends, Mike Raish, and then this woman named Kelsey Mack came up and did hair and makeup as well as the gore. And she designed their eyes and their faces and things. We did a few screen tests, um, but ultimately, for time purposes, I think we decided to go a bit more minimalist route. And it really wasn't about their looks in the end. It was about the group dynamics and things. So um, yeah, we tried a whole bunch of stuff with latex at first and things, but we realized with the large number of cast and what we had to get done in a day, it just wasn't going to work. Um, but yeah,
It,
I'm always looking to go bloodier and stuff. So
yeah. So were you gonna have different look for the vampires themselves?
initially, yeah. Initially they weren't in my head they were a bit more like normal people, but then we went the route where they were very much Renaissance and just, black leather head to toe, standing out lacy, like the old sort of English vibe and look. And I liked that about them a lot. Because the guys, they were color coded. It's subtle, but they were color coded. They had different colors per their character. And then the women were sort of hive minded in their appearance.
Yeah. And so you have a Blu-ray out, which not all independent movies get a Blu-ray physical release, so that's exciting. What kind of are there a lot of like extras on the Blu-ray?
I know there's a bunch of trailers from Cleopatra Entertainment. There's a photo slideshow. My DP and I, Tim Davis, have a commentary that we did, and I'm hoping that at some point we can get it on there and maybe it'll become sort of like a director's re-release of some kind,
Yeah.
if at all possible, because we did a pretty fun commentary.
What was
Um,
that experience like doing a commentary? I assume it was the first time you did commentary since.
It was the first time I ever did commentary, and it was interesting. It was There's so many things flashing in your head, and you're like, "Wait, don't talk, don't say that, don't say that, don't say that, don't say any of that." And then by the time you say something, you're like, "I hope that was interesting enough."
So did you just set up the movie and watch it and just record the commentary? Did you have to
Yeah.
stop it? Yeah.
No, believe it or not, no, we didn't stop. We kept going, and it was actually the first time I had watched the finished movie was when I was doing the
Oh,
commentary.
really?
So it was like it genuinely was like, oh, this is oh look how that turned out. This was great. Like it was my real like live react.
Yeah. That's a lot better than, "Oh, wow. This is a lot worse than I expected."
No, no, I was very pleasantly surprised. It
Yeah.
was nice to see.
Yeah. So, yeah, so I did my first commentary track last year for Once and Future Smash and End Zone 2. And it was the same way. I never done it before because it was
Mhm.
first feature. And we just set it up and recorded. And it was a lot smoother than I expected it to be.
Yeah,
But the same way
it's not
afterwards,
bad.
it's like, I don't know, there's probably a lot of stuff I should have brought up that I didn't think of.
That happen that's very common, I would assume. Every
Yeah.
time I jump off an interview or anything, I'm like, "You know what? I forgot to say the one thing that I went in there purposely meaning to say."
So will there ever be a sequel to Silent Bite?
Well, I'm not sure how much I can talk about, but it's on our minds.
Yeah, I assume once you say, "I don't know how much I can talk about," the answer is, either yes or possibly. It's probably not just no. Yeah.
It's on our minds.
Well, that's fun.
Yes, that's very fun. I personally would love to keep the party going.
Mhm.
And, you always wanna kind of one up yourself, so you see, like, that was, say, my first feature, and I'm very grateful and blessed, but I can also look at it and be like, I will not make this particular mistake the next time, and I will go even harder. And sequels are bigger, badder, and it just gets you very excited. Like I'm not drained or tired anymore, so like I'm ready to go for round two.
Yeah. So how involved were you since you said, that was the first time you saw the finished movie? Like, how involved were you on the editing?
Pretty involved. I would say there was definitely a lot to sift through, and it was a team effort, and a lot. Believe it or not, like it took weeks to even sync everything and get everything labeled, and for hard drives to come in and things. And it was just a much different process than I expected. It took months. And sometimes, honestly, because my editor is my best friend as well, we've been, doing this and collaborating for years now. Sometimes it would be just showing up, keeping him company, and if he has a question or he gets stuck, I'm kind of there to help get the roadblock undone. But Simon was also very involved in the edit, and I think, all of us down to the minute and the second and the millisecond of let's get these transitions, let's get the flow as seamless as possible. Continuity is super important. And then Simon had found the composer who I think he works with very frequently. And yeah, there were some things I didn't oversee, but sometimes it's just all about keeping a steady pace and just keeping spirits up. And because I can imagine staring at the same thing over and over, like Tim's watched this movie, got to be over in the triple digits. And I think you just get tired and you miss stuff and your eyes go crazy. So it was just
Yeah, after a while, you just
being
kind
moral
of stop
support.
seeing it as a movie, I think.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like we know this movie. I think like every line, bit by bit.
How much did you think about the runtime? Because sometimes movies they're hard to book at a festival. If something's like
Mhm.
2 hours.
No, I think the runtime was perfect. I think it made me happy to hit 90 minutes because that was just a huge milestone for me. I remember hitting 20 minutes 2 years ago and thinking, okay, okay. um, But now it's actually now that we've gone this far, it's actually become more difficult in other productions to rein it back in. Like if we're making shorts, we're like, "Oh my god, we just shot 6 minutes on one page. What's wrong with us?" Because we were in feature mindset.
Yeah.
So I'm happy with the runtime. I think it's just enough. And like I said, anything that we didn't get in production, we found creative ways to fill the holes, and I think it flows well.
Yeah, no, it definitely does. And I meant as a positive that the movie flows really well. It doesn't
Mhm.
drag. And it's
Yeah.
not 2.5 hours or 3 hours or something. Which
Yeah, I
I'm
don't
not
think it needed to
opposed.
be any longer.
Yeah, yeah, I'm not opposed to a long movie if it needs to be. I think anything should just be as long as it needs to be.
Oh, yeah, like, just because it could be a longer movie doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be a better movie.
Yeah, yeah. Usually that's not the case.
Right. I'm cool with, like, 90 to an hour 45 for my movies, that's perfectly fine with me, especially as long as the content is there and, we're not leaving too many lulls, that's fine with me, and pacing is tricky for a feature for sure, and
Mhm.
you learn from every single one that you do, and you just keep going and keep building.
So, what was the premiere of Silent Bite like? You watch it, but then you watch it with an audience.
Sure. So we got sent down to North Carolina for the Sick Chicks Film Festival where it premiered. It premiered there, and I believe at the Chicago Horror Film Festival. But we went to North Carolina because they were going to do because it was a festival strictly for female filmmakers, female directors. So um, I chose to go to that one and meet some people, and it was very well received. They had said it was the best feature they'd ever had in the festival, and I was very excited to hear that. And it was fun to hear people laugh at things that I didn't know that they would laugh at, and just to just feel
Hopefully,
welcomed
in a
by that
good
community
way.
was nice. Yeah,
Yeah.
no, yeah, yeah. Like things landed, and it was
Mhm.
just enjoyable. It was really fun.
Yeah. Well, I think Silent Bite's a movie that really plays well with an audience because
Agreed. Yeah.
you got the horror and you've got some comedy in there, and
Hmm.
those are two things that play best with an audience.
Oh yeah, for sure. I think if you lean into the comedy aspect, it's almost a bit more like certain situations and monsters and like uh, physics and things like become a bit more forgivable if you lean, into the comedy aspect.
Yeah, I think the horror genre in itself, and that's not a negative, but people will look over certain things more so than they would in a drama.
Yeah, for sure. It's meant to be a bit more outlandish and sort of just entertaining
Hmm.
rather than
Yeah,
make you think too much.
yeah, and this is not. I'm not talking about Silent Bite, but even like if you have a movie that has kind of a bad practical effect,
Hmm.
a lot of times will have a charm to it.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, that's that's I think what happens is it becomes like, you might get an initial wave of like displeasure from the fandom, but then ultimately it's like there's redeeming qualities, and then it's the following year you're like, you know what, that was pretty quotable. That was funny.
Yeah. So you said so are you working on shorts currently?
Yeah, I just shot a couple shorts. Well, one of them we shot so much of it, it's to the point where we're turning it into a feature. It's called The Chauffeur. We invented our own company. It's basically an Uber kidnapping movie and what happens if you get
Okay.
into the wrong ride, even though your
Yeah.
gut says not to. We shot that, and it's a bit of an homage to Texas Chainsaw Massacre. It's got like
Oh
that hot
wow.
summer feel. Yeah, it's very, very different. It's the complete opposite season of Silent Bite,
Yeah.
and so
You're
that was
like, I had
really, really
enough of
fun.
filming in the cold. So.
Ironically, we shot in October, but it was the hottest week of the year, so that worked out really well. And then
Yeah.
I shot a short that's going to be in post production shortly called Underbelly. Same writer for those two, Dominic Penna, great guy. And that one is a real cool one. It's like a mafia supernatural occult crossover.
That's interesting. I'll talk about that in a sec. But the chauffeur one, because you said it's
Hmm.
sort of Texas Chainsaw Massacre vibe.
Yep.
Because I don't think people at the time could relate to a hitchhiker. I don't know if people really relate that today because like not really anyone's hitchhiking and almost no one would pick up a hitchhiker in modern day,
Hmm.
but everyone takes Ubers and
Oh
Lyft.
yeah.
So I think that's, and then to have that there's something you can relate to, and it's like, oh, it makes you feel uneasy. It's kind of like Jaws. If
Yep.
you live by the water, it's like, oh, the water's there might be a shark there.
Well, yeah, I mean, people been telling you your entire life, don't get in the van, don't take the candy, don't, like, and it's just funny because we went a little meta with it where it's like they knew this was a bad idea, but it's
Uh-huh.
not really necessarily about that. It's about, like the kidnapping and is a vehicle strictly for what happens for the rest of the film. But it is still very relatable. It's like, don't get in the car. Don't get in the car with the stranger who's
Yeah.
clearly a red flag. Don't do that.
And what was the second short you mentioned?
Underbelly. It's a bit smaller. The chauffeur we're making into a feature, and Underbelly is going to, at the moment, started out as a proof of concept, but in transitioning into a short film. It's about this well-known mafia member who, you know, does the hits on everybody and things. He meets his match when he comes across a gentleman who is possessed by the devil, and it's just a really interesting sort of genre mashup to go with, Italian mobsters versus the occult.
Yeah, similar to Silent Bite.
Yes, I'm a fan of the mashups.
Yeah, I like that. Do you have a favorite mashup film?
Oh my goodness. It's like for the life of me, I can't think of a single film when you ask me. um, I'll come back to that one.
All right, all right. I know
I'm
it's
sure
like
they exist.
yeah, I was just say I know it's impossible to do really, but it would be fun, to go into Silent Bite or a movie like that and not know anything about it, and you think you're watching, a heist movie and then not even know that there's vampires involved.
Mhm. Oh, you know what? I lied. I know what my favorite mashup is. I'm not exactly sure what the mashup of things would be. I think it's just a whole bunch of things, but Mystery Men is one of my favorite movies. You got like superheroes and supervillains, but like they're normal people. So like the
Yeah,
normal people superheroes like going against the and all these characters and stuff. I think that's one of my favorites.
that's a fun. Yeah, you pick a lot of movies I wouldn't think of, so I like that.
Yeah.
And not something that everyone else would pick either, like
Hmm.
something like super common, which is kind of lame. So I like that. And what was the YouTube page for people to check out?
Nox Luna Films, Noxluna Films. Um And I do believe there is a playlist on there that is just Taylor's movies, because Nox Luna Films was around with owner Tim Davis and Eve Hovey for many years before I came around and started producing for them and directing. So they have a ton of content that isn't even mine. So of the 8 or 9 films that are on there, I do believe I made a playlist on there somewhere.
Okay, cool. And since you didn't grow up a horror movie fan so much, what does your family think of you making horror movies now?
I have gotten some comments. They go, everybody dies in your movies, right? I'm like, yeah, I know that now. And they're like, so do you have like anything wrong with you? Or I'm like, I don't know. There must be some deep seated stuff, because I think the body count of kills in my films collectively is quite high at this point. Yeah, they like, but why does it have to be so violent? Why does it have to be this? And I'm like, it's surprisingly, we did make 2 dramas that were very good and very, very different than our other films. We made one that was in the LGBTQ community vein, and then we made another one that was about had like a bit of an interstellar sci-fi vibe going on, but it was all about family dynamics. So I definitely can do other genres and I enjoy
Yeah,
doing other genres, but this has stolen my heart in a way that I can't really go back. But I will do it. Like if somebody comes to me and says, "We think you're the perfect person to, make this romantic comedy or something," if I like the script and if I'm able to have a bit of say, I have no issue.
yeah. I'm just not aware. Are there similar festivals where those movies could play? So like if you made an independent rom com or
Mhm.
not necessarily rom com, but an independent drama, like are there festivals that they could play at?
Oh, sure. I
'Cause
mean,
there's so many horror ones.
yeah, I mean, even in Buffalo, the Valkyrie Fest has accepted
That's
all
true.
sorts of
Yeah, that's
my
true.
movies. So like any place that isn't specifically a genre fest. If I were ever so lucky to get to, Sundance or something, it would be.
Yeah, yeah.
I really feel like it's. Oh, also, I guess they aren't as publicized, or I'm not even sure what the word would be. I wouldn't say they're in low regard, but certainly as far as annual festivals and things have been around for a long time, but monthly film festivals have been very, very good to me as well. In international festivals, um, where we've won plenty of awards internationally, and it's simply by just putting ourselves out there in places that it gets a quick turnaround. Like you could have your movie in Sweden and Athens and like Brazil and all these places that have the monthly festivals on Film Freeway and stuff, and they take your genre even though they're not a genre fest, and um I think Billy Must Live got into camp horror, which was like a huge deal because they only accept like 12 movies a year or something. So that was really cool.
Yeah, it's all wild. So, what's the next feature film, or can you not talk about it yet? Oh, I guess the chauffeur.
The chauffeur, yeah, we've
Yeah,
got our eyes on extending that. I really don't think it'll take much longer, probably another week to finish. But right now we're assembling the cut on that that will tell us what we need to finish. And then
so what was the
I
process of that going from so did you film the short film and you just like realized we have more
mhm.
ideas here?
That's exactly what happened as we were filming it. And then by the time we got done, we're like, you know what? Like it was supposed to be 20 minutes, but we got 45 to work with. So if we just tack on another couple days, I think we can have the rest.
Yeah.
And
And at that point, like a 45-minute, and in theory, like I said, anything should just be as long as it needs to be. But
yeah,
45 minutes short is going to
it's too
be
much.
it's too long to play. Yeah, because you
Yeah,
can't
it's
really schedule it.
yeah,
And
and
so at
I
that
won't
point, you
take
might
away
as
from
well make it.
slots. Yeah, I
Yeah.
won't take any slots away from other people trying to get their shorts in with a short that should be, just 20 minutes longer, but it was helpful. It actually makes more sense to turn it into a feature because adding a few scenes here and there to break up the pacing and the things that we shot in the original short is actually the way to go
Mhm.
to make
Yeah,
it better.
and at that point, there'd be more you could do with an hour and 20 minutes, however long it is, feature film than you
Hmm.
could do with a 45-minute short.
I mean, it's just May as well at this point. Yeah, one thing that I have my eye on this year and early in 2024, probably spring 2025. Sorry, and then yeah, I'm just hoping that Simon and I can hopefully make a few cool more things together. That would be really great.
Yeah. Well, I like that, you guys got together, through Greg, and now you
Hmm.
guys are continuing to work together.
Yeah, I mean, it was so close. Toronto is so close. Um, I know everybody's talking about New York and LA, but uh, I'll tell you what, like Toronto, Ottawa, they have the same. Ottawa in particular has the same type of tight knit like Buffalo community. Everybody knows everybody, and everybody has groups and things that they work in. It's genuinely not far, and even just a hop skip over the border, 90 minutes away in Toronto, everybody's a working actor. Everybody has an agent. Everybody's very well trained. Take it super seriously. So instead of east and west, I went up. I went north.
Yeah. No, a lot of movies come out of that area, and we have a lot of people on the show from that area. And like you said, it's not very far. So when I was in Buffalo the last time, my friend Jason and I drove up to Toronto. I didn't realize it was not very far at all from there.
No, it's not far at all. I mean, as long as you got a good day at the border, it's not far.
Yeah, and we were lucky we did not. That was my first time going to Canada.
Oh wow, yeah, okay. I get up there like every other weekend, so it's
Yeah.
not far at all.
All right. Well, what's a good food in Canada? I assume poutine, but I don't
I
know.
would assume I have a strict I have dietary restrictions, so I'm not
Mm.
sure, but yeah, I honestly I couldn't even tell you, which is a funny thing. But if you go to Montreal, which is basically like Europe in Canada, the food is just exquisite. In Toronto, it's a lot of Asian cuisine, I would say. Plenty of like Japanese restaurants and sushi and like all sorts of really, really amazing stuff.
Okay. Well, I can get a lot of that in Boston. So,
Yeah.
yeah. But yeah, well, I will find. I've never been to Montreal.
Oh, you should. It's absolutely beautiful. It's like you don't even have to go to Europe. It's all right there. The architecture, the people, the language, the feel. It's beautiful.
Stan McShane says hello. I don't know if this is
Hello.
someone you know. Hello,
I don't. I
McShane.
do not.
Yeah,
Unless they're going by some sort of alter ego.
that's very true. Yeah. So some people are watching on Facebook. It's always easier if you go to the YouTube page, just
Mm,
because it's easier for everyone to interact. But either I'm happy if you're watching, however you're watching this.
yes. Thank you for watching.
Yeah.
Hello.
So how can people follow you? Not
Certainly.
not to Buffalo or Toronto, but on the internet.
I, I don't think I've ever had a stalker.
Well, that's good.
Uh,
That's good.
yeah.
We don't want to start. Yeah, well, it's not.
Yeah, I'm
Or
not
maybe you
exactly
do. I don't
taking
know. I don't
openings,
know.
but
Yeah.
like, who knows?
Yeah.
At my Instagram handle is at Miss Taylor Martin. Facebook is just Taylor Martin. You can find me at noxlunafilms.com. Actually, I believe it's noxluna.com. I always get hung up on those two because we had an old website. I run one of the help run one of the Nox Luna Instagram and Facebook pages, so you can always check out updates and what we're doing, if there's casting calls, if there's movies coming out or shoots or things we're doing. Yeah, I'm minorly active on TikTok. I don't create a lot of content, but I will reshare if somebody makes content that
You
I
doing like the milk crate challenge, or
no.
it's a very dated reference, but yeah.
Is that similar to the ice bucket challenge? I don't know. There's been so many challenges.
Yeah, you had to like climb up
Oh, I do know what you're
yeah.
talking. Yeah, the blue milk crates where they stack them like
Yeah,
Mario
yeah,
stairs.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
I do remember that. That was pretty funny. No,
But no, I just TikTok is a good place though to because I put clips of interviews up there and they do get a lot of views. So you have to
oh yeah,
embrace all the different social media stuff when they come about.
for sure. I definitely never really went the content creating route, but I can see why it's just so useful and it's the trend and it really does open a lot of doors. So
Yeah.
I have no issue with joining and being on the platforms and things. Whether I'm good at certain things or not is irrelevant, but I'm definitely very active on social media.
Yeah, yeah. Well, you have to be, especially if you're an independent creator of any kind.
Hmm.
You have to be a self promoter.
Yep. Yeah, I think I'm pretty good at shameless self promotion, and it comes a bit naturally. I have the edge that way. I don't know why, but I've been told that I'm pretty good at it.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I honestly, like, I know sometimes myself on social media, and I'm like, I don't know why I'm on here, but you really have to be on social media to if you're making anything.
Yeah, I enjoy it. It's just you have to
Yeah,
be
I
kind of
enjoy it too. Don't
diligent
get me wrong.
and
Yeah.
avoid the doom scrolling.
Yes.
That's
Yes.
easy to get stuck into. But I'll tell you what, like the sense of humor lately in the reels that I see and stuff are so top notch. There's just good stuff out there lately.
Yeah. All right. Well, I look forward. I need to check out your shorts. I'm looking forward to watching more stuff because I really
Yeah,
like Silent
definitely.
Bite. Not just because you're here. I really like
Right.
Silent Bite. Yeah. What-
Yeah, definitely check them out. Message me. I can send you a link and stuff. And yeah, please do. I'd greatly appreciate that. I think not a lot of people have seen my shorts, but they know they exist and they know they're pretty good. So, but I would love to get more eyes on them.
Yeah. No, I'd love to. Yeah, I'll definitely check those out, and we'll talk about them on the show. And you're welcome back anytime.
Oh, beautiful! It's been an honor. I saw the some of the names scroll across in the opening credits, and I was like, okay, okay.
Yeah, I don't want to intimidate you.
Oh, well, I mean, you put it directly in front of my face, so how could I not be intimidated? I was like, "Oh, no." Yeah, but I definitely would love to solidify my place in the legacy in this business and this genre and things. It would be really fun.
Yeah. All right. Cool. And continue to watch them horror movies that you haven't seen yet. I
I
think
know.
that's fun.
Yes, I've been actually watching a lot of Korean cinema and horror, and I think it's
There's a
just
lot
so
of
well
great
done.
Korean horror movies out there.
So well done.
It's really
There
cool nowadays because when I was growing up, there'd only be a handful of like Asian movies or horror
Mhm.
movies, ones that everyone knew, The Ring or something.
Yeah.
But now with the rise of the platforms and festivals and streaming, you can see all these things from all these different cultures that you
Mhm.
just wouldn't have been accessible before.
Yeah, no, for sure. And I think it's like the horror thrillers, like the dramas, um, are just very unsettling. And like I said, situational horror is my jam. So I think they just pull it off so well, and they're just so innovative with their shots and their flow. It's just very stylized and very
What I
unique.
found really interesting about a lot of the Asian horror movies, because if you make a movie, an American horror movie about like a ghost or something supernatural, a lot of the movie is about trying to convince the person that this exists.
Hmm.
Where a lot of the Asians horror movies, because it's a part of their culture, is they already believe in that. So there's
Hmm.
not really that part of the story, and it's just
Yeah,
interesting to see, a similar idea, but just placed in a different culture.
for sure. And Silent Bite, we have a bit of a joke in there where we just don't waste any time as far as
Yeah.
agreeing to the reality of the situation, and
Yeah,
it kind of
again,
stops
like,
everybody, and they're like,
we've seen that for decades, like, "Oh, do
yeah,
vampires exist?" Blah, 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 so,
yeah,
why even have it in there?
right.
Yeah.
Exactly.
It's like, when a Batman movies comes out, it's like, "Yeah, I know, his parents were killed." Like, we we
Hmm.
we don't need to see it 800 times. We can just get to
Yeah,
the
just
new
we know who
Superman.
Batman is. Move on.
Right. But yeah, but yeah, a lot of Asian horror movies, and even where up in Boston, they actually show a lot of them in the theater, and a lot of Bollywood movies, which
That's
I
huge
kind of
too.
fell in love with recently, like the last couple of years, because I'd never seen any, and they just happened to show them a lot at one of the theaters I go to, and I'm usually the only white guy there, and it's just I love them. They're very big, like almost like an old school Hollywood movie with like a cast of thousands, and they'll break into song and dance in every movie, no matter what the genre is. And,
Oh, that's wild.
it's a good
That's really
time.
cool.
Yeah.
Sounds
So
expensive.
yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure they. Yeah, I'm not recommending the sequel
Right.
to Silent Bite, where
Yeah,
you have a cast of 1,000 and they
yeah,
start
the
doing
music, Silent Bite the musical.
yeah. We said bigger. You said bigger and badder. Maybe that's the way to go.
Yeah, I should be open to anything, really.
Yeah. All right. Well, this is really fun. It's good to talk
Yes,
to you.
very much fun. Merry Christmas. Thank you
Merry
so much
Christmas.
for having me and
Happy New
featuring
Year.
Silent Bite. Truly appreciate it.
You're
Hope to
very
see you
welcome.
back very soon.
Yeah. We'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Later, Neal.
All right. I'm going to show the trailer for Silent Bite here, and maybe a couple more trailers. And we're going to have Dan Maffei on. People know him for a million things. This guy's in all kinds of stuff, but I think his first like movie that people really started to notice him was The Strangers Pray at Night. Recently has a ton of new movies out. I'm gonna play some of these trailers, and we're gonna try to get him on here. But a big thanks to Taylor Martin. Silent Bite, I really enjoyed. This hat was I'll be honest, was a little distracting to me when we started the interview, but then I got used to it. Yeah, see, this is you get the idea. All right, here we go. We're gonna take a look at Silent Bite.
You're in shock right now, but you're safe here. I know that you're exhausted, but I'm gonna ask you a few questions. Is that all right? What happened?
What brings you to the valley?
The mountain?
It is my pleasure.
Come take a look at this view!
That is alarming.
To introduce you all to a new resident of Newport's Valley.
Leave the valley before something really terrible happens.
So the rest of us wanted to get away, so we went to some cave.
Did you see something?
Monroe! Why would she do this? She's supposed to save us.
What was that?
You scared?
It's all right. You can scream now.
State-of-the-art sex dolls are not only socially acceptable nowadays, but also highly priced luxury items.
All right, not the conversation I was expecting.
Not everyone buys a doll like this for sex. Some people want companionship. That's why we're developing a sex doll that can take and reacts to physical abuse.
Have you ever hit a person to satisfy your own pleasure?
Not intentionally, no.
I want you to punch me now. Do you think you'll be comfortable hitting a device that looks like a human?
I don't honestly know.
But you're hoping so.
Yes,
Because?
I need the work.
Can't find the words, little man?
Susan has made me aware of some things that I found surprising.
I'm not quite sure what you're talking about.
The ultimate goal of this project.
She only has eyes for you, not Derek.
Please continue to hit me if it satisfies you.
Hello, my name is Scott Goldberg. I'm the director of The Forest Hills, which was Shelley Duvall's return movie.
He and I were not on the best of terms.
So with your help, we will be able to make a movie that goes back to the days before digital. And here's a little teaser through the eyes of Vernon and Harry. The film revolves around a serial killer and his brother, Harry. It's a documentary-style film that focuses on blood, gore, and violence. So for more information and perks, please go to Indiegogo.
Death is the ultimate shared human experience, right? The great cosmic inevitability. And if we didn't try to resist inevitability, then we could all end up going crazy and killing each other. Thank you.
Wouldn't want that, now would we?
This was supposed to be a therapeutic weekend. This was supposed to be something that we could control.
We are in a kill or be killed situation.
Something happened here, and we have to make sure it doesn't happen to anyone else. Namely us.
Go and piss the wrong guy off in the woods, and you are done for, man.
Valerie thinks anything where people die is cool.
That's because dying is cool.
Hey, it's Nasty Neal back here at the Station of Decapitation Without Your Head. We're normally not live Sunday in the afternoon. Everyone knows we're live Thursday nights, 8 p.m. Eastern. But I might start doing some more streaming throughout the week. So what you got to do is you got to subscribe here on the YouTube. Hit that bell icon. You'll get a notification every time I'm live. And if you want to help support the channel, you can join and become a Headite. Starts only $3 a month. Helps cover all the expenses. As people know, the website had some issues the last few months, but it's all up and running. So all the old shows are back up. We have free archives back to 2006. It's a good time. So I'm trying to get Dan Maffei on here. Hopefully we'll get him on by 2:30. We'll see. If not, then maybe what you're watching right now, I'll cut it all out, and you'll only see the Taylor Martin interview. All right, but let's see here. I'm going to go over some selections. I'd mentioned with Taylor Martin, Severed Limbs 18 is coming up, which is our virtual horror short festival. It's free to enter, free to submit your films, and it's free to watch. So how that works is we all get together over on the Without Your Head Twitch, which this show is also streaming live on currently. And because YouTube yells at me, one time there was a brief glimpse of a nipple, and YouTube was like, hey, no, we can't be showing that. And I won't go, well, I will go into the details. So they make me take a nudity course. And part of the course is like you can show the nudity as long as it's not to entice, which I'm not really sure anything could entice someone. But anyway, you can't entice, but you can show nudity if it's art or educational. So I was like, oh, well, it was part of a movie, which is art. So I challenged it. I was like, well, I took your nudity course. Now I'm an expert on YouTube nudity. They tell you a bunch of silly stuff, like the amount of areola you can show. You can't you can show breastfeeding, but not areola. I forget now. I guess I need a refresher course in the nudity. All these silly things. The amount of buttocks, the amount of I forget how they didn't say the amount of boobage, but however they worded it, like you can only show a certain amount of that while dancing. So there's all these things. But You can supposedly show all this stuff if it's art or educational. So again, it's a movie, so I challenge it. I write out my big explanation that this was a film. In fact, it was a trailer. It was a trailer for a movie. Hence, this is art. There was no like intercourse. You saw like a glimpse of a naked lady, and you saw a bit of a nipple. Immediately, within like milliseconds, you get a reply back. Well, this stands. We are sorry. Without your head. I know this is not the decision you wanted to see, but you are a pornographer. They didn't say that, but the decision stands. So why even take this course? Why have these nebulous rules if they don't stand by them? And there was no way someone could have read what I wrote in 3 milliseconds, like a half a second, and decided, oh, fuck this guy. Boom. Pornographer. So anyway, long story short, we cannot do severed limbs here on YouTube anymore. I mean, we could, but I don't want to take the nudity course or take a hate speech course, because I'm serious, a hate speech course over showing the trailer Scarecrows of the Third Reich, a movie about Nazis fighting with scarecrows. YouTube's like, this is hate speech. This guy clearly is taking the sides of the Third Reich through this silly film about World War II Nazis fighting with scarecrows. Again, you challenge it. You take the hate speech course. I actually even talked to a real person this time on the Twitter. It took days. It was like, well, clearly, anyone with a smidge, with a drop of common sense will know. Oh yeah, this is just some silly ass movie. What the hell was our bots thinking? But no, they're like, no. This is straight up hate speech, Nasty Neal. We live in insane times. So again, because of all this, Severed Limbs plays on Twitch, and it's a good time. Usually, several hours long, 4, 5, 6 hours. Some have been like 8 hours. I don't expect this one to be that long. And so we show the bunch of shorts, trailers, some old school commercials I put together. We interactive chat on the Instagram. Not Instagram. We could, not Instagram. On Twitch. And it's the filmmakers and film fans alike. It's a good time. Everyone interacts. Free to enter, free to submit, free to watch. The only regulations, I say horror. Could be horror adjacent. So thriller, weird, underground, stuff like that. I mean, don't just sit in like a straight up rom-com, but you get the idea. Something we've never played before, so you can't. I've had people like submit the same movie several times. It's like we've already played it once, so you know. And it can be old. It doesn't have to be brand new. It could be, it can be brand new. It could be from 20 years ago. Whatever, that's fine. As long as we've never played it before. Under 20 minutes. I used to have no time limit, but if you get a lot of shorts that are a half hour, 35 minutes, it makes the runtime up, like 8 hour long thing. We can't really do that. So under 20 minutes, to be honest, if you're under 10 minutes, your odds are very good of getting in. If you're under 5 minutes, I almost guarantee you'll be accepted. We do that. And this year, we're going to do something different. We're going to have live Q&A. So how this is going to work, we're going to have a block of shorts followed by a Q&A with the filmmakers of that block. So that'll be a good time. We already have several films that have been accepted. So let's go over these said shorts. Let's see here. Number 1, No Trespassing in Transylvania. A group of mummies stumble onto a vampire's property. by the Dorfman brothers. Very fun. It's actually a family who make these movies together. If you were at the last Severed Limbs, you will know we played one. It was a very, very fun time. Number 2, Final Escape. 2 young women are trying to flee the woods after witnessing their friend get brutally murdered. That is not the feel-good movie of the year, but it will be. And then again, we have all different, it's all horror, but we have different styles. Some are comedic, some are violent, some are comedically violent. 3, Jane and the Brain. Jane copes with the loss of her husband by keeping his brain with her at all times. This is by Hope Mulbar, who's also an alumni of Buffalo Dreams Fantastic Film Festival and has worked with that guy, Gregory Lamberson. Number 4, Swamp Buck. An innocent campfire, a reluctant storyteller, and one hell of a first hunt for a young man in the Minnesota backcountry. Equal parts 1980s direct-to-VHS and timeless parable. Swamp Buck. Red Pond. Red Pond. In 1977, the communist regime ordered the evacuation of the 1,000 people, 400 families, who were in the pond area to store the toxic waste from the mine. A student obsessed with the case launched a journalistic investigation. The footage they left behind only raises new questions. Red Pond. Let's see here. Number 6. Decoration. I like that poster. I like most of these posters, honestly. Adriana finds a small Halloween-style carved pumpkin on her way home and decides to take it with her. Something mysterious seems to accompany the discovery. Bum, 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 bum. 0-0. A young woman enjoys her afternoon at a park when suddenly a thief takes her purse and runs away. Something inside the purse is deeply attached to her. I like that one doesn't give much away. 8, The Legend of Sayre Hicks, which is really bordering on my my time limit here. The Legend of Sayre Hicks. Some legends are simply stories made up to scare the kids around the campfire. They are passed down through the generations. But some are more than stories. Some legends are very, very real. That is The Legend of Sayre Hicks. Number 9, Monster. Trapped in the shadows of fear, but now the tables have turned. This time, it's her turn to make the rules. Monster. Number 10, Der Metzgermeister. Trap. That one starts the last one. A Dinner for Two You'll Never Forget. Boom. Quick, to the point. What the hell's happening? You'll have to watch it to find out. 11, The Veil. I have no description for this one, but I love the poster. Very well done. Very professional looking. 12, I love this poster too. This one's very fun. Apples Against Humanity. The drive for the freshest apple leaves a dinner party in ruins. Apples Against Humanity. 13, School's Out. School's out for summer. A lone school custodian begins his routine tasks in a nightmarish maze of hallways and classrooms. As he sweeps, he witnesses unsettling supernatural phenomena, eerie empty classrooms devoid of desks, flickering lights, and slamming lockers. Forces intensify in this just over 3-minute solo shot on an iPhone 14 video. Wow, that one even goes into the technical details. 14 is departure. Departure. When going on a vacation retreat, Victoria is confronted by her past. All right. So these are the 14 so far films that will be playing at the next Severed Limbs. We've got Genital Productions here in the chat. I was singing the same Alice Cooper song. Hopefully better than I sang it. Don't have the greatest singing voice, I don't believe. I believe we actually have some more, but I don't have the pictures saved. Let me just let you know what they are. Because since then we've had a few. Yeah, let's see. We got a movie called Red Tides and Bone Person. Let's see. Red Tiles. A girl's constant state of inertia is interrupted when her nose bleeds. In Bone Persone. Is that how you say that? I don't know. But that one has no description whatsoever. So what is that one about? Hell if I know. But it'll be a fun time. So I saw some folks in here earlier from the quote-unquote Dabbleverse. So I've entered the Dabbleverse recently. I've been on my buddy Rob Saul's show. I've been on Stuttering John. The Duke. It's kind of like the echelon of being on in the Dabbleverse. I saw Damian just tweeted this out, so I think he'll be on here soon. So I'm going to show a couple trailers, and then we'll come back with Damian Maffei here. And I've been on a bunch of people shows. Mr. Kill Everything. I was on, let me see. I know it's Kevin Soundboard, but I forget what they call the show. It was a good time. What Did I Miss? That was really fun this morning. I was up very late. What else? Ray DeVito show. A Win by 2. So yeah, a lot of stuff out there. And then when you're on these things, especially when you're on Stuttering John, then you end up on everything. So it's on Shuli Network and MLC, clip by MLI. Anyway. My horror people have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. So I'm going to move on to something else. Will I stay in the Dabbleverse? I don't know. I get many warnings. They're like, don't do that. You're crazy. You get doxxed. These people will, they're bad folks. But I've been having a good time. We'll see. All right. So I'm going to play... So another thing we do is Saturday Night Frights, where we show a feature film, and then we do a live Q&A with the cast and crew. We were going to do one yesterday, but I was just busy with the holidays. So this one is coming in January 2025, and that is Klaus, the Devil's Primate. Let's take a look. Let's check out Torture Day.
State-of-the-art sex dolls are not only socially acceptable nowadays, but also highly priced luxury items.
All right, not the conversation I was expecting.
Not everyone buys a doll like this for sex. Some people want companionship. That's why we're developing a sex doll that can take and reacts to physical abuse.
Have you ever hit a person to satisfy your own pleasure?
Not intentionally, no.
I want you to punch me now.
Do you think you'll be comfortable hitting a device that looks like a human?
I don't honestly know.
But you're hoping so.
Yes,
Because?
I need the work.
Can't find the words, little man?
Susan has made me aware of some things that I found surprising.
I'm not quite sure what you're talking about.
The ultimate goal of this project.
She only has eyes for you, not Derek.
Please continue to hit me if it satisfies you.
All right, and we're back here live here at the station of Decapitation Without Your Head. I'm still Nasty Neal, and I'm joined by Damian Maffei of The Strangers Pray at Night and all kinds of things lately. One of my favorite movies of the year, Black Eyed Susan, Round the Decay, and a lot of cool things we'll be talking about. It's good to have you here.
Hello, thanks for having me.
Yeah. So I just played the trailer for Black Eyed Susan, which I loved. And I know it's definitely not going to be a movie for everyone. I know you thought maybe it wasn't a movie for anybody. But so first of all, can you give people an idea of what Black Eyed Susan is?
Yeah, but first, just let me say that I'm traveling here. Well, not right this second, but there may be a dog or a child yell.
All right, no worries.
Sirens, police.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I'm not sure what exactly is going on now.
So, yeah. Seems to be some pounding going on up there. Hopefully it's not Black Eyed Susan. Yeah, but Black Eyed Susan is about a man named Derek who he's down on his luck, and he's living in his car, and he takes a job testing this brand new advanced technology sex doll that is sort of engineered. Its specialty is for domestic abuse, so it it heals very quickly. It adapts, sort of will push your buttons, sort of antagonize you, or apologize, and all that good stuff, all the stuff you want in your sex doll.
So when you read the script, right, so what do you think right away? Is this like, because obviously there's a lot of taboo subjects in the script, in the movie.
I thought the script was pretty brilliant. I had been forewarned before I read it. I actually turned it down before I even read it twice. Not because I was, my morals or anything. I mean, what are those? But
is there a worry, like, I don't want to be, like you said, maybe not your personal morals, because it is a movie, and I think it's a brilliant movie too. But maybe just like this could hurt my career.
I mean, I joked about that. That it could hurt my career. I'm like, what? Hurt what? No, I wasn't worried about that. I mean, honestly, to be honest, look, I've killed people in movies. Like that's what's silly.
That's an interesting thing about things like this. It's like people will be like, I'm fine watching a movie,
right?
Especially strangers, where it's like these are not good people in any way, and usually
right. It's not.
Evil guys win.
I've not revenge killed people in movies or in self-defense. Like the guys I've played are really awful, killing people for fun. So like, and that is what's funny, because like Black Eyed Susan right now, not to derail the whole thing, but like it's having a kind of a hard time with streaming because of the content, and these same streaming services, get people being eviscerated and heads cut off, and like, acid being poured on them, but like,
yeah. And obviously
that's
those movies aren't like condoning that. It's a weird thing because even on my own YouTube page, I have the trailer up there and there's a lot of negative comments and it's all around just the content of it. Where there's all the trailers are all horror movies. It's not like if you watch Texas Chainsaw, whatever it is, like, oh, I condone hacking someone up with a chainsaw because I
right,
watched this movie.
right. But yeah. And I mean that's been, you know, that's the way it's always been. Is you know, the sex and stuff is
Is
you know,
that
taboo.
more in this country? I don't like. Has Black Eyed Susan played differently? I don't know. Maybe it hasn't really. Maybe it's too early yet. But does it play differently in other countries?
I don't know. I mean, it screened in Helsinki. I think it did well. I've not. Well, I guess I went to Canada. Played fine there, but no better or worse than any of the screen. I mean, you know, it is new and it's been very select screenings. So, like at this point, for the most part, the people going to those screenings know what they're getting into. So, you know, they're, you know, not getting like Christian groups in there quite yet. You know, the Mormon Tabernacle Choir hasn't rented out a theater. So I mean, it's playing fine, and like the reviews, the people who ever reviewed it are great. I've not really seen too much outrage. There was one wonderful review by someone, I think it was Collider, which was just an embarrassing review for that person. Not for us, for them, because it was like 8 pages long, and
wow,
it was like take it easy.
Was it a positive review or
no? It was scathing. It was scathing.
Wow,
but it was so you know, it was very about the, you know, how misogynist and such the
see, that's really weird to me. I get the idea if you just know what it's about, and it's like, this isn't for me. I get that. But I think if you watch a movie and you think it's misogynistic, I honestly don't understand that.
Look, I usually don't read reviews. Scooter showed me the review. This reviewer called my performance robotic. So,
oh wow,
and look,
them. Yeah.
I mean, maybe you think I'm a shitty actor and shitty in the movie, but it's anything but robotic. I can't believe I'm saying
I agree,
this.
100%. Yeah.
I usually, you know, I mean, I want to toot my own horn, but
So what convinced you? So like you turned it down twice. Was Scooter like, was he adamant? Like, I really want you to do this. So like, what leads to you like, okay, I'm going to do this movie?
No, I had never met or talked to Scooter. It was Justin Martell, the producer of it. He was the one that initially reached out to me. He's someone who I'd wanted to work with. We came close on some other movie, but he was doing some like kind of cool, edgy stuff, and you know, he's the producer of the Joe Bob show.
Oh, cool.
So he reached out to me and he said, "Hey, you know, we're doing this movie called Black Eyed Susan. It's Scooter McCrae wrote and directed. You know, wrote and he's directing it." I was like, "Scooter McCrae, holy shit!" Like, what? And he was like, "It's being produced by Vinegar Syndrome." And I was like, "Produced by Vinegar Syndrome? Oh my god!" He was like, "We're shooting on film." I was like, "Shooting on film? Holy shit!" And and Fabio Frizzi is going to do the score. And I was like, "Okay, enough."
You're
I'll
just
do
making this up at this point.
Just get me in there. And then he was like, "Full disclosure, you know, it's about domestic abuse, and you know, there's full nudity, both of you, razor blade blowjobs and stuff." And I was like, "Wait," and it was really the nudity thing for me that really that's why I turned it down. Not because I'm against it. I'm against my own nudity. Especially because I mean, you know, I'm a serious actor. I'm not a method actor. I'm not like super annoying, but I think I'm pretty good. But like, I do have a little pet peeve about actors not being in the shape that their characters would be, I think. Because, like actors, get in shape and, all ripped because that's what sells. But, like, I was like, this guy's, I mean, he's homeless or unhoused. He lives in his car. He's literally eating from a dumpster. He's just a guy. He's just guy. Like, he'd be in, like, guy shape. But I was like, I mean, do I want to really put that nude out there? Like, that's like kind of Greasy Strangler level stuff. But yeah,
Well, I'm a
so
big
and then
fan of
I
it.
I had that conversation with him. I was like, look, if I do this, I'm not going to be like, Ryan Reynolds Amityville Horror. It's going to be not that great. They're like, bring it on, because it's Scooter and shit. So anyway, I tried to call. The schedule they gave me originally, I was unable to do. So I was like, "Oh man, this sounds like a great project, but like I'm booked for that, that time period. I can't do it. Sorry." And then Justin was like, "What if we push the shoot for you?" And I was like, "Jesus, all right, just send me the script." And then I read it immediately. So I'm just sitting there. So I read it right away, and then like for the first time ever, I read it again right after that. Usually I like to let it stew or forget it completely, but I read it again right after that. And it was like 3 a.m, and I was sitting in my kitchen, complete pitch black, and I was like, I think I got a problem. And I was like, I can't not do this movie. It's like I just keep thinking about it, and like it's kind of scares me, and that's the kind of stuff I want to do.
Yeah. So were you when you actually do that scene? What's the vibe on the set like? And were you comfortable actually doing the scene then, and watching the scene?
I've never watched the scene. Was I
watch it on a
comfortable?
loop. But no.
I was comfortable, like around the people. It was
Yeah.
it was a great group. I'll never be comfortable doing that just because I'm like, not
I guess it'd be
comfortable in my
weird.
own skin bag.
Yeah.
But I mean, they did the best they could to make it comfortable.
By the way, Darth Vader himself here, Spencer Wilding. Merry Christmas, guys. Hello, Spencer. He's a good guy.
Darth Vader.
Yeah.
All right. Merry Christmas.
Yeah, it's Darth Vader in Rogue One. He's a good dude.
Okay. All right.
Yeah. So when you first meet Scooter,
great scene there at the end. Great scene. Great bit there at the end.
Yeah.
Rogue One. Scooter.
Mm-hmm.
He's like a mad scientist. That's what he looks like, a mad scientist, and he acts like a mad scientist. So that's kind of what it's like.
Yeah, we had him on the show. Amazing interview. I'm a big
yeah.
fan of the guy. Yeah, very entertaining. So what's he not like? So mad scientist. What's he like on set?
He's like a mad scientist. He's like a little, wisecracking, like little, the scientist who's mad. He's great. He's great. He's a lot of fun. He's quite pleasant. He's very self-deprecating. And he's he just he makes it very easy. He's very, very open to ideas and stuff. Yeah, really no notes, no complaints. He just makes everything pretty easy. It's on such a fucking nutty movie. It was I think it was the only way to do it. I can't imagine doing that movie with like a tense set or egos and stuff. Egos other than my own. It's like there's only room for my ego. So I was just wonderful guy.
So, you mentioned filming on film. Have you done film before? I mean, not movies, but have you done a movie shot on film before?
No, that was it. That was the first time.
What's the added pressure there? Because on digital you could take multiple takes, and is there any thought like, I have to make sure I get this right?
I guess so.
Film costs money.
I mean, none that were communicated to me, which is good. it is something that occurred to me because I was like, this is a very low budget movie and they're shooting on film. So, but the only thing that was said to me in that realm was, if you ever need another take of something, just let me know.
Yeah, I think that could add unwanted pressure if he would be like vocal about that. Like, we really have to get this. Like, we
Right.
can't leave
Well,
filming
I'd be
this.
like, fuck you, we're doing another take. But thankfully, because of that movie, it's like, I don't want to do another take of this. Let's get the hell out of
That's
here.
a good point as well, I suppose. Yeah. So I'm not comparing anything, but I did a movie in 16 millimeter, and going in, I was nervous because I wasn't nervous till I got there and I saw the stack of film, and I was like,
Yeah.
yeah, I'm not really I've been in things, not a lot, so I was a little nervous about it, but it ended up good.
I mean, to me, there was nothing really too different about it, except
Yeah.
like, I guess once or twice in the middle of a take, you just hear like, like hear it run out. And then they got to change the canister or whatever.
So
And the
movie,
term "check the gate," I heard, and it wasn't the first time I had heard that term, but I believe it was the first time it was actually applicable.
So the movie's primarily you and Yvonne, in the
Yeah.
movie. There's a couple other actors.
Mm.
Before you start shooting, like, do you do any like to make sure there's chemistry there, and also just being comfortable with each other?
For this,
Yeah.
this is actually we did do some rehearsals, like via Zoom or whatever, which doesn't always happen. Mostly doesn't happen on movies. So we did a couple rehearsals, video wise. But no, I mean, I had not met her until my first day of filming.
For this, like, this kind of movie, do you think maybe that's good because there has, and there should be some tension between, especially on your part, I think more so.
That's it's a good question, and it's situational, that kind of thing. I don't think it really matters too much. I think you're the kind of person that you are, and it's like these other movies where I've played the killer. I'll run into actors who don't want to talk to me, don't want to know me, don't want to, want to keep it a mystery so they can be scared of me. And look, do whatever you need to do to make yourself comfortable, or whatever thinks it works for you. I mean, it's not affecting me. To me, it's bullshit. Like, oh, I've never met this person. He could be a killer. Obviously, that's stupid, and it's a film actor trick. Like, if you do in theater, you can't do that. You get to fucking rehearse, so get out there and get in each other's faces. But do your thing and whatever. So, like, to me, getting to know each other a little bit, kind of just like chit chatting, breaking the ice, breaking that barrier, usually is for the better, even if your characters don't like each other or don't know each other. I feel like the more comfortable you are with another actor, the easier it is for you to do, because then it's like, it's called, it's acting. So, like, you act like you don't know the person, or you act like they're a robot. So I mean, it would have been better, but, like, actors are all sorts of different people. There's a lot of assholes out there. So, like, you get to know someone, you're like, oh wait, this person's an asshole, and then you still have to do your part and do the scenes and stuff and act like maybe that person's not an asshole. Like, I've had to do, a movie. I did a movie where the actress playing my girlfriend was, like, still probably my least favorite person I've ever done. a project with, and was just like a cruel person.
Wow.
Like, cruel. And it was like, it was boggling, because I can earn cruelty, you know, like I can be an asshole and earn people's dislike, but it hadn't happened there. But you know, she was horrible, but we had to act like we were in love, and I think we did.
So you said, you said like a little line there about, acting like she's a robot. So I was just kind of curious about the character arc. So it goes from, okay, it's a robot, and then like, is there feelings there? There's and not just from like point A to point B, because you can't just go like, I'm this guy and then I'm this guy at the end, but you have to be, in the middle too. Is that ever harder, finding the point in the middle, as a, to go from one point to the other point? Because you can't just like bam, bam, I'm from she's a robot, now I have feelings. There's kind of like an arc there.
I mean, I don't. I mean, that depends on the writing and the situation. Again, I don't really think that's the actors' relationship with one another. But no, I mean, if the material's there, I think that's a pretty easy place to navigate to, if I'm understanding your question.
Yeah. Well, what I really like, I like a lot of things about the movie. What I find it really interesting is that both the characters that are testing out the robot, the guy previously, and then your character, neither of them are into it at first. It's not like they sought this out like this. They probably would not. They would not be a client otherwise. They wouldn't be buying this.
Well, they couldn't afford it.
Well, beyond that, like, even if they could, they like, if someone gave them an Amazon gift card for Christmas, this wouldn't be what they would go out and buy. And so I found that very interesting, because then it's is this something that feeds off someone's desires, or is it something that builds that desire, that creates that desire?
Like, Derek is a pretty average person, and he thinks he's a good guy. He thinks he's a good guy. And with the average male, the sex doll there, so any sex doll, certainly one like that, is gonna think that's not something he wants or needs. And there's kind of a morbid and scientific curiosity about it, but like, as is the case in the movie, like, getting one or having one, the it's endless, the possibilities. And like, I mean, it's the same way with any technology. It's like, you kind of want to rail against us older folk. We're like, this technology, like, back in my day they used to, you got to spin the shit and put your hands in there and this, but like, we accidentally like start testing out things like, oh, this is fun. Oh, it can do this. Oh, it's making my life, or it's not making my life easier. It's absolutely eating up hours of my time, because Susan isn't cooking for him or doing anything, but the other possibilities are endless. So like, I forgot what the original question was, but like, he absolutely is a potential target for it, if he could afford it. You know what, he wouldn't buy it. He wouldn't buy it for himself, because he'd think like, oh, this isn't for me. But it is definitely.
Yeah, well, I mean, just a sex doll is one thing, but one that the idea of like, I'm going to buy something that I could beat up,
right,
or it can abuse,
right,
is and what's even more disturbing, because okay, so you see that in the trailer, but when you're watching the movie, what I think is even more disturbing is the idea like, oh, we want to make this that it cries, and that you can see the bruises. So it's not only just like the physicality of hitting someone, it's like to like give someone, oh, like, I'm actually, not just physically hurting them, but emotionally hurting them.
Right.
and then I get to see, the aftermath of this.
Right. But so, and it came up on, actually this question, I thought about it. It didn't come up until the Fantasia premiere. Some interviewer asked if I thought, or we thought, that something like this would help, is a helpful item, device, or whatever. Like, will, because these dolls in this movie, this
Right.
fictional situation is designed to sort of help curb domestic abuse.
I guess
right?
that kind of was what I was asking before about, like, this wouldn't be something that he would buy, and does that not necessarily an outlet for his desire, but it actually makes a desire that wouldn't be there normally.
I mean, I don't. It's. I mean, I'm not a domestic abuser, so like, but like, we joked about. We joked about the Black Eyed Susan sequel, which is victim dolls, like murder dolls, like dolls you can murder and eviscerate, and for like helping murderers not murder. You cut them open, stuff. Funny jokes. We're hilarious people. Really, really nice. But I mean, that's the next step, is dolls you can murder.
I lost your audio.
Yeah.
You're back.
So dolls you can murder. But like, it's not. Those might be like a fun thing for sick people to play with, but if like you have this murderous urge, to kill someone, like a robot isn't going to take the place of that. Could be like a fun thing, like a practice dummy, but like you want to watch the light leave someone's eyes. You're taking a life. A robot is never going to replace that, right? So I have to, in that same realm, that same kind of thing, is that like, if you're getting some kind of enjoyment, if you're being fulfilled somehow by beating the shit out of someone, on the regular, then that robot is not going to, fill that gap for you.
Yeah, that's what it's not only an interesting idea. I think it's interesting to watch and then talk about those things.
Yeah.
So, and because, like you said, okay, so I think that would be, if these were real, that would be an actual talking point. Like, we're making this that actually does save victims, but like you're saying, like, okay, well, just like anything, if I play a game or whatever, it's not the same as going outside and doing something. So it's like, it kind of makes you want to do it more. It's like, I would, this is cool, but the real thing must be, way.
Right. It's almost, they become like practice dummies at that point. Yeah. So maybe not so great.
Yeah. And that's why I think makes the villain in the movie really interesting, the way he's played, because he's not, I think he could like be portrayed as like a really over the top villain, but he's played like just like kind of like a business guy or something, where he has an idea, which makes it to me scarier, because it's just a very cold character where he's just thinking like he doesn't really care about how this affects anybody. It's like it'll make us money because there is a market for this.
Right. Well, yeah. I mean, that's the kind of the brilliance of the script, of the character. I know Scooter won't even call him the bad guy. He's not cartoony. He's real life. All these CEOs and stuff. They're not, for the most part, cartoon villains, but and they're having their time in the spotlight in a different way right now. But yeah, I mean, he's just another guy, business guy, and he even in the movie makes some interesting points himself.
Yeah, does he actually believe that, or is it just like an idea, like, oh, if hey, trying to sell someone like, hey, this is actually a good idea. It's actually going to help people or whatever.
Well, in the movie, like when I first read it, I was like, oh my god, yeah. I guess I don't know, this is maybe kind of a spoiler. I don't know. But at one point, he's on the phone with Gil, and he's like, that's I can't do this. Like I have a daughter. My character says, and then Gil, says something like, "So when does it become acceptable, to beat the shit out of a woman? Like what age does it become acceptable to start beating on a woman? You have a daughter, so like kids are off, but like it's okay to beat the shit out of an adult female, and it's really it it does kind of like guys, God bless them.
Yeah, it goes. There's a point there we're talking about. It goes, and I don't want to spoil that point because it gets even darker than the movie already is. A lot more disturbing. I hate to even say it's a great scene because it sounds strange to talk about the movie that way, but it is a great scene, and it gets
right.
Very
it's a fun movie.
Yeah, it's a feel-good movie of the year here for the holidays.
Robots, Rock'em Sock'em Robots. I did try to get Scooter to change the name of the movie to Rock'em Sock'em Robots, but there was a legal issue.
Yeah. My brother had Rock'em Sock'em Robots. He's older than me, but I think they still make them. Maybe you could put out the home game.
A little tie-in, merchandise tie-in.
Yeah.
I think it'd have to stream first
before
merchandise.
Yeah. So after you made the movie, so I talked to you a little bit before about coming on, and you weren't really sure about doing interviews, and at the time, but like,
well, I hadn't seen it.
Yes. Oh, okay. So you hadn't seen the finished movie,
right? Like I unless they snag me for contractual obligations, I'm like, what if the movie's shit? I don't want to go around talking about it. Like, if I'm not contractually obligated to go around and talk about a movie, if it's shit,
I appreciate that. Actually,
I don't want people out there thinking I condone garbage. Although, when you're making the movies, especially if you're one of the lead characters, you have a pretty good idea if it's good.
Does that always turn out? Is there ever a time like this is really good, and then it's edited, it's finished, and you're like, wow, they ruined this movie? Or the reverse of that, like, I don't know about this, and wow, they really did a good job in post.
I've never had a very good feeling about a movie and then it turned out shit. Occasionally, once or twice, I've been like, I'm not sure about this, or I'm not in it enough, or there's too much going on in scenes I'm not in to have an idea. That's happened a couple times. But I've never been like, this is amazing, and then the movie's like, ugh.
So when's the first time you see the movie? Like, did you see it at home by yourself, or did you see it at a screening?
I saw it at home. And it was the first time in my life where I watched a movie like this. I was like, get it? Because I watch a lot of horror movies, and I've never.
Yeah.
No, we weren't too far out from the premiere, which was at Fantasia in Montreal. And then Scooter said, he sent links out, and he was like, I don't want anyone to be seeing this movie. I don't want anyone involved with the movie to be seeing it for the first time with a live audience.
Interesting. Okay.
But whenever there's a screening, I never sit and watch it. I always leave and then come back for the Q&A. So I saw it at home for the first time.
Okay.
And that's what kind of is interesting is because I think when you asked me to come on here, I think I had seen the trailer.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm sorry, Vinegar Syndrome. I love Vinegar Syndrome. I have a genuine
I remember
affection
this
for them.
conversation. Yeah,
I think the world of them. I love what they do and what they've given us. But the trailer for Black Eyed Susan is terrible. I think it does a disservice to the movie. And I wouldn't be me if I didn't say things like this. but I think it's a really bad trailer. It's kind of really I still don't understand why a company like Vinegar Syndrome cuts a trailer like that and puts that out as a representation of the movie. So, but like seeing it, like for some reason they even took the Maestro's score and put it in the trailer and made it sound not great. Like the way they used it, and it looks like 90s, Skinamax trash. And I just think that it was an odd choice for them.
What kind of trailer would you make? For me, like the movie's like kind of almost like a Black Mirror. It's not necessarily horror. It's more science fiction, like a Black Mirror episode made into a feature.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know enough about editing and stuff to be like, this is what I would have done. All I could be like is I'm seeing this and I
more
don't
like what vibe
I think,
you think would.
I mean, to me, and maybe I should start having this conversation with people asking. Like to me, watching that movie, because I put that movie on and 10 seconds in, I was like, oh, like to me, it even looks different in the trailer than it does. Because like to me, the trailer looks like 90s.
Mm-hmm.
And the movie itself, for me, looks like it's mid 70s, early 70s, even 1973 ish, which is exactly the kind of movie I thought we were filming. And the actual movie that exists, is the movie that I thought we were making. So when I saw the trailer, I was like, oh, this is not what I thought we were making. So I don't know. I don't know. I just, all I know is that I think the trailer, I don't think it helps matters. And I think certainly for a movie that's currently only available on physical, that like you got to do everything you can to appeal to the audience that's gonna like watch this movie.
Yeah, so if you say the movie gave you like a Skinamax vibe, and then the people who would be into that kind of movie probably wouldn't be into this.
Yeah,
you know what I mean. So
yeah, because it's not that kind of movie.
Yeah. So when you see the movie, then you said like right away you could tell it looks like how you expected it to look. And so, what did you think of the movie the first viewing?
I was very happy with it. I was very happy with it. I went right from watching it to being like, okay, let's I'll show up for this thing, to the end. And that's big for me because a lot of the things I do, it's like, ugh, this was a mistake, and it's like I can't talk about this, And I know like a lot of the people are just so nice, and I feel bad. But yeah, no, I thought it was great. Again, it was the movie that I thought we were making, and yeah, I thought the performances were great. Thought it looked great, and the music was wonderful in it.
Yeah,
really, I enjoyed it.
Yeah,
I think if anything was cut that I complained about, there was a little thing cut off at the end, a little circumcision on the end scene.
Oh, really? Interesting. And I mentioned her, but Yvonne, what was it like? Actually, doing the movie with her. What was she like on set? What is she like as an acting partner?
Yvonne was great. It was the first thing they did, I think, their first role. Yeah, I mean, when my first day, I showed up there, and it was in this studio in Brooklyn, and studio was like 142 degrees. You got to turn the AC off, otherwise, sound. Got to have that sound. And they were filming that opening scene of the movie. So like I walked in, like they weren't like in the middle of filming it, but like they were kind of rehearsing it, talking through it, and like setting up. I was like, oh, right. Like, and that was it every day, or like every couple of times on that movie. You'd like do a scene or walk into a scene and like, oh right, like we're making this crazy fucking movie. But yeah, finished that. Yvonne came into the back in the area I was in, and we had rehearsed, so we had not met in person, but we had met and just just started talking about sandwiches and cats and all that kind of stuff, and like just keeping it light and like making jokes. And it was like especially in that, like the main thing in that studio was to not die of heat exhaustion. It was really hot, but yeah, that's all it was.
So you don't like to watch your movies in the theater. So what are the Q&As? What have they been like?
They've been mostly pretty good. Pretty good. The Fantasia Q&A was didn't have any walkouts. That was a sold out crowd. That Q&A was the whole cast was there except for Scott, the guy at the beginning. But yeah, that was great. And I just went to a screening in LA for the Cinematic Void, which is really cool theater, cool program. And Jim, who runs Cinematic Void, he asked all the questions, and Scooter was this floating Wizard of Oz head in the back, looming over us, lording over us. I mean, the questions have been, what you'd expect for the most part, and it's never boring because like this movie kind of, compels you to ask these questions.
That's the kind of movie I like. When you said a 70s movie, I think that's kind of what a 70s movie does usually is, you watch it. It doesn't tell you exactly what to think, and then you can talk about it.
I think so. I think that's what this movie does. And I've not encountered any angry person or someone who didn't like it. But that's cool if those people are out there, whatever. Like if you don't like it for whatever reason, that's totally cool. And I know like Justin, the producer, I don't know if Amy, probably Amy's the other producer, but like Justin kind of like really embraces like the super negative reviews because he likes that it's kind of divisive.
Yeah. Well, I think it's better if someone either really likes it or really hates it, as opposed to someone like,
Right. Definitely like the scathing reviews.
Yeah. Maybe you don't need to see all of them. I don't know, but yeah.
Yeah, but like the scathe, like the super scathe, like the reviews that clearly is not a movie critique, but someone who's raging because it's upset them. Those are all as helpful as the good reviews, even more probably.
Yeah, I would argue that if you get an emotional reaction, even if it's negative, the art is
like that Collider review. I gotta send you that Collider review, and that came from someone who saw it at Fantasia premiere, and obviously just ran out of there and started writing this 8-page nuke. It was like these monsters. It was like the only person who's of any decency in this movie is Yvonne. I was like, oh, okay. Well, I agree. The rest of us were all creeps.
Yeah, well, I mean, they were part of the movie as well, but whatever. So, what do you think of the different poster arts? I kind of really like the original poster art that was used.
I loved
it.
Don't tell Scooter, okay? But he'll never watch this because he only watches interviews where he's a part of it.
I could
see
that actually. Yeah.
I really dug the Fantasia poster, and I know so Scooter hated it, fucking hated it.
Oh, really?
Hated it. And Scooter and I think we agree for the most part on most things, but not the Fantasia poster. And like I talked to a lot of tough customers, and they were all like, "Ah, that's a powerful poster."
Yeah.
So I think it was great. I'm not sure why he doesn't like it. I think he wanted something more, kind of like, what I mean. Scooter didn't want the movie to be shot on film. Like Vinegar Syndrome forced him. So he's a video guy, SOV, and I think maybe he would have liked a more SOV kind of poster, shot on video vibe. So I guess that was a Vinegar Syndrome thing. So they did good with that, with the poster. And yeah, the Blu-ray artwork, like the slipcover stuff, it's pretty fucking great. Like all around the art for it has been.
Yeah, I agree. But yeah, I love that original. That, like you said, had the 70s. You keep going back to the 70s vibe, kind of Westworldly kind of thing. I don't know. I thought it was really cool.
Yes. Boy, have we got a vacation for you.
Yeah, there could be a tie-in. You could have, it's like
I wore a Westworld shirt to the premiere.
I love that. I think that's amazing.
I love Westworld.
I do too. That's a great movie and a great first season of the show. But yeah, the movie's amazing.
Yeah. Yes, that's true. It's important that the audience know we're talking about the Michael Crichton directed 1973 Westworld, which to me, Black Eyed Susan takes place in the same year, 1973.
I could definitely see that. Yeah.
And boy, have we got a vacation for Derek. For Derek.
So Jeremy Sellenfred, a friend of mine, he says, Damian's an awesome guy, but he owes me lunch.
Is he here?
He posted that on Facebook. Yeah.
Oh.
He's on the show a lot. I'm friends with him.
Oh. Jeremy Sellenfriend is I think he's like he dabbles in effects. I think
he's the dabbler.
He's got a hobby where he does effects. No, obviously Jeremy is fucking brilliant, and somehow without me, he's sort of, he's had a little bit of success. He did like some little movie this year called Smile 2 or some shit. That show Evil, whatever. Anyway.
Yeah. Actually, so you mentioned Smile 2. Like this year is, in my opinion, has been a great year for horror. There's like
I mean, I need to look. I need to take a week and look back. But like, if Aliens came down and asked me what's the overall best year for horror quality wise, I'd say 2024.
Yeah, and I'm glad you said that. It's so annoying when I see online like there's never been a good horror movie since 1986 or something. It's like, well, if you've been watching it for 40 years and you hate everything, maybe you should, do something else. But
that's just you just feel sad for people like that. There was so much. I it was so great to have a list of movies that was like so excited to watch, and like watching them. Like I remember I saw The Substance. And I was like, oh my God, like that's great. And then I want to watch an Oddity. Just like someone mentioned Oddity, I was like, oh my God, what is this? And I went to see it, and I was like, oh my God, this is fantastic. And then Heretic, with my boys there from Haunt. Smile 2 when it was coming out. I didn't know Jeremy was involved until a little later, and I was like, I mean, Smile was fun. It was Smile. The first one snuck up on us. I think it definitely snuck up on me, because it was like, oh, here's another studio thing, blah blah blah. But I don't think I certainly expected to go as hard as it did. So when Smile 2 was coming out, I did the same thing again. I was like, all right, well, they got us with the first one, but like they're just doing a cash in with the second one, but it's fantastic.
Yeah, it's great. It's super dark at the end.
So many good things. Yeah. So many good things, and you don't even hear about. There's a movie on like Netflix called Don't Move, I think, which I really enjoyed. So much good stuff. So much good stuff. So movies that like I feel like The First Omen came out 5 years ago. But it came out this year, and First Omen was fantastic.
I love that movie too. So I've disagreements with some of my friends, but I was like, I think it's great. I thought it was the best one since the first two are really good. But yeah, I loved Omen. And that's another one that's super weird and super dark. And we're starting to see a lot of like weirder and darker graphic stuff released theatrically.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It's great. It's absolutely fantastic year. So much good stuff. I can't even, name them all.
Yeah, sometimes so we do our top 13 every year. We each have our top 13 movies, and sometimes it's like I'm like trying to find. I always have like a bunch of stuff I like, and I'm like, but this year I think it's gonna be harder to narrow it down.
Yeah, that's great. That's a great thing.
Yeah,
that's a great thing. Strange Darling. Like what else can I can't even. I don't know. But that's the
one
best
that
problem.
is people argue about. What did you think of In a Violent Nature?
I appreciate everything it had going on for it there. I really think that was a neat. That's the kind of movie that I'd come up with on like one of my long car rides where I just sit in silence. Like on my road trips, like I won't play anything. I'll just sit in silence and I'll just come up with ideas, and sometimes he'll stick with me and sometimes they'll turn into actual movies. Like that's the kind of idea that I would come up with on the road trip. But I'd be like, I can never make it work, or like, nah, people would never go for it. So I'm really appreciative that they came up with that and they went for it and they did what they did there. And that's like, I hope that the creators of that like continue to do stuff like that, like kind of outside the box, because like that's the kind of people we need to exist. That's the kind of people that I'd want to work with. I mean, overall, did A Violent Nature work for me for like a full length movie? I mean, I kind of want like characters and stuff,
like
people to root for. I feel like maybe it was better off as a smaller sample.
There's a lot of walking.
Some good acting, though. Some really good acting.
Yeah. So it's so I went to see it with my friend. I don't know if I saw it with my brother or my friend Annabelle first. Either way, I was not a big fan. And the other one wanted to see it, and I was like, I guess I'll go see it. And I liked it a lot better the second time after.
Yeah, interesting. Why do you think that is?
I don't know. I think the first time I was really put off by honestly all the walking, and so I knew that was coming, and so I kind of just paid attention more to the movie and just kind of like you're saying the idea behind it, and I thought that I found that more interesting.
I mean, I fully support them to do more stuff.
And I liked the ending both times I watched it. I know some people don't like the ending, and I get that they break their rules that they set up, but the ending worked for me both times watching.
Yeah.
But I agree 100% that it's something different. And to me, the worst stuff to watch is if I watch something and it's like someone, honestly, I think they just made a movie to make a movie, and it's maybe technically might be well made, but it's just, it's like a haunted house movie. And it's the same thing I've seen a million times, and no one seems like really that excited to be making it. That's not exciting to me. Even if it's something that's flawed or I'm not in love with, if it's something unique and it looks like the people either they're having fun or they're trying to do something different, that's interesting to me.
Making movies just for the sake of making a movie doesn't ever really turn out well.
Yeah. So because I get a lot of screenings for the show, and I see a lot of stuff like that. But this year, not nearly as much. Well, I'm sure there's still stuff that's not great, but there's been some great highlights for people to check out.
Oh yeah, there's piles and piles of crap, but never not in my memory has there been so much. So much good stuff.
Yeah, and all around theatrically, and then like stuff streaming, stuff I saw at festivals. Heretic, like you mentioned, is one of my favorites of the year.
Heretic may have been could have been my number one, but they badmouth Taco Bell. So
it's going down a few notches. Yeah. I don't have the Taco Bell love that you do, so that didn't bother me. Now the interview is over. So.
But the writers, directors of that are brilliant nerds. They're
I was totally into that. So I want to mention Around the Decay by Adam Newman. So that's coming out theatrically in January, and they're doing something unique with that. You can pre-order a voucher right now, and how that works is if you get the voucher, it works at any theater they're going to show it at, and the more they can sell now, the more theaters will be playing it.
That's what I hear.
Yes.
That sounds about right. Yeah.
Right. I think I said it right.
Yeah.
So how did you get involved in Round the Decay?
Well, I guess Topher Hansen, who's the AD on the movie, but he's a part of the company that made it. He's someone I worked with a bunch of times, and more importantly, he's someone who I've survived a couple of shit shows with him, and like he seems, he's got a similar sense of humor, and he's someone who wants to be doing better and can like recognize shitbirds when we see a shitbird. So like I think we survived a couple of real major duds. So he, I guess, they all went to New Hampshire and they kind of formed this company, and he reached out to me and was like, there's this movie going on, it's called Round the Decay, it's a creature feature, blah 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 blah. Would you be interested? And gave me like the details. It was a creature feature, and I think he told me, it's the part of this this monster hunter, and that perked my interest. The Great White Hunter. I was like, oh, that this is a change, because like I don't usually get that. I'm usually the monster or whatever. So I was like, yeah, like put me in touch. And then I wound up talking to Adam, and I read the script. And I was like, oh, this is a lot of fun. And I mean, it seemed like good people involved, which is one aspect of it. But like, I enjoyed the script. I thought the script was a lot of good fun, and like a fun creature feature, fun monster flick.
Yeah.
And I'm playing like, the grizzled monster hunter. So like all that was left for me was to find out who was doing the effects. That was like the big part for me, because if it's some, dud. But they got these great anomaly effects. They're fantastic. So I was like, yeah, let's do it. And I talked to Adam, and he, I had to, I probably assaulted him for some reason with more actory questions for that movie than I have anyone else. So, I was just like, I'm going to make this guy think I'm a real actor. Like, hit him with a bunch of actory questions. Really, really fucking lay it on there. So, it was interesting because I was like, is this character? Oh, because like I was like, now let me see if I'm getting this straight here, because it's the kind of vibe that I'm getting from the script is that he's not totally maybe the greatest monster hunter. He's a little incompetent, maybe. But I was like, who is this character based on someone? And he told me he was like born from this game called Until Dawn.
Oh, is this like a video game or?
Yes, he's a big video game guy, I believe.
Yeah. I'm more old school board games and pinball, but yeah.
It's because of your fear of technology, Neal.
It is. I'm very fearful of
You are no candidate for our incoming sex dolls. Yeah, he's a big video game guy. You got to play tech. There's this game called the Texas Chainsaw Massacre.
Oh yes,
it's online.
Uh-huh.
You should play it.
I heard there's a really great voice actor in the game.
Yes, Ed Neal, voice of Hitchhiker.
I had dinner with him recently.
He's wonderful.
Yeah, he's awesome.
Awesome. A lot of fun. And his wife. Wonderful.
Yes. His wife, they used to run the dark arts in at Texas Freight Fest, which is really cool.
enough about Ed. Back to me. So Round the Decay. Yeah. So I was just looking to have a good time and like some monster shenanigans, and it seemed like a pretty good group. And I really enjoyed talking to Adam. I would talk to him for
Yeah,
a
Adam's
long
a
time.
really fun guy. He's just fun to have on the show a lot. Because we can talk about the movie, but we can just talk about horror. And
Yeah.
he's just good. He doesn't like really graphic horror.
Right. Well,
not to say he doesn't like it. I think he's too scared.
yeah. He said, it's like a little baby. Yeah, I think he's kind of new into horror stuff. Like Topher, the other guy, he's into horror and he knows his horror stuff. I think Adam's kind of only now getting into horror.
Yeah, it was like my first guest was the same way, and I always find that interesting. In a way, it's cool though, because I'm like, I guess it would be fun though to go and watch all this stuff for the first time.
Oh, you kidding me? Like I'm
kind of jealous of that in a way.
Envious of people
Yeah.
getting to witness this stuff for the first time. And I'm always like, anytime I meet like, a full brain adult who's just watching things, these things for the first time, I'm really curious as to what they think about, like, the older movies that people have, like, the nostalgia goggles on.
Yeah.
For it's like it was 2 years ago. I went, it was packed theater. I took my now 18-year-old to see Halloween on Halloween in Boston. Sold out theaters, probably
I might have
300
been there. Yeah.
300 people in there. And that is like, I went, I saw Black Christmas and Texas Chainsaw, same place.
At Coolidge, maybe?
Packed theaters.
Oh, yeah, I love Coolidge Corner.
And it seems like a lot of people, their first times seeing. So that Halloween screening, I mean, you think it was the funniest movie ever made. Like, people just laughing. And not at, funny parts, at unintentionally funny.
Annabelle and I have a problem with, because we go to Coolidge a lot to the midnight movies, and we're always it's like, this isn't a funny movie to be laughing
Well,
at.
I mean, or is it? Because, like, watching Halloween with this audience, I was like, I mean, I get it. I've never been the biggest Halloween fan. I appreciate it.
No Taco Bell.
No, Halloween is more like a Arby's.
All right, fair.
And I don't fucking eat Arby's. Okay.
All right.
Look, I'm sorry. Halloween, is it the funniest movie ever made? No, it's not the funniest movie. Is it? Are most people, old timers like us, watching it through nostalgia goggles? Maybe.
I don't know. I think that for me, what really makes Halloween is Dr. Loomis, because he's the one that's selling the evil of Michael Myers, because he doesn't really even kill that many people. But Loomis is like out of his mind. Like, he's a man of science, and he's like, I tried to help him, and then he's just devoted his life to, like, he just realizes he's evil and he needs to keep him locked up. And I think that's the strength of the movie.
He yells a lot.
Yeah. He yells a lot. Yeah.
Anyway, but my teenagers
that should be on the poster. He yells a lot. Damian
he does fucking yell a lot. Really, he's kind of one note for me. Donald Pleasance. It's not my favorite Donald Pleasance performance.
All right.
My favorite Donald Pleasance performance is in a movie called Deathline.
Oh, that's a fantastic movie. I would
great.
recommend that to anybody out there. That's a brilliant movie.
Known as raw meat in this country for a little bit. Donald Pleasance, easily his best performance for me. And Christopher Lee is in it for a hot minute, but the interaction they have between the two of them is so fucking good.
Yeah, I agree. And I saw that for the first time actually at Coolidge.
Really?
Yeah.
They played Deathline?
Yeah. It was a while ago, maybe 10 years ago, but it was
fucking
the first time
Mark.
I'd ever seen it. Yeah, Mark's awesome.
Mark is awesome. Yeah.
Well, I'm glad that you go to Coolidge. I try to tell people obviously it's cool to watch stuff at home, but go to the theater. There's nothing like the theater experience. Even if it's a movie you've seen a bunch of times, watching it in the theater is a different experience. The 35 millimeter.
Last year, I went to see Texas at Coolidge, and I met with Mark for the first time, and he was talking to me about Haunt, and I was like, I don't care about Haunt. Are you going to be screening Black Christmas here? Like,
Yeah, I
and
think they
he's
show
like,
just about every Christmas. Yeah.
but he was like, last few times we did it, we didn't get many people show up, and like that fucking like,
So
I'm close to giving up on the planet, but I was like,
Yeah.
oh god damn it, man, just fucking show Black Christmas, and he did, and I went, and it was a decent turnout for me. I think that movie. Look, I could talk about Black Christmas for
no, sweet, yeah,
for forever. But
I think that's one of the for me, like the most disturbing images is with the bag over her face. Like,
yeah, well, I mean, it's the greatest horror movie ever made, for me, and for science. Scientifically, it's the greatest horror movie.
Proven, yeah, I like that. Along those lines, though, so one of the first times Annabelle and I went there was this giant line around the corner, and I was like, "This is great! All these people going to see the Maniac, the original Maniac," and so we're waiting in line. And then someone comes out and like, oh, if anyone's here to see Maniac, you can come up, and everyone else to see Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles stays in line. I was like, and so it was like 6 of us went to see Maniac, and the rest of them were in the big screen to see Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Which Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles?
Then it was the '90s one, I believe.
Oh, come on, that's not surprising, no.
Yeah, but we had a good time watching Maniac. It's great.
That's cool. Was it on film or no?
Yeah, they try to show most stuff on film there. And if you're ever free on Halloween, they do a 12-hour Halloween marathon every and it's midnight till noon the next day. It's a really good time.
Yeah, he was talking to me about screening Haunt there.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt you.
No. Oh, well, look, we were talking about Round the Decay, and now we're talking about...
Very true, very true.
Although, no, never mind. Never mind. I was about to say something I'm not supposed to say publicly, I think.
All right. But
it's close.
Yeah. One of the things I liked about Round the Decay is that the monster isn't your typical like a big burly dude and a big monster, which I like, but it's cool that it's the female monster. And we said this on the show. I know he's against very many spoilers out there, but we talked about it with him, and so I thought that was cool. So it was something different.
Yeah. It's fun monster romp.
Yeah. Melody K is very cool. Or come back from 20 years of acting.
Yes. Yeah, it was a good gang. It was a good gang of folks.
Yeah. Were you there when they were filming in the caves?
Yeah.
So what?
Did you see the movie? I'm in the scene. What are you talking about?
Well, I don't know.
Maybe see the movie or not?
I did see the movie. They put you in green screen, maybe.
Yeah, that's true.
Damian.
I was like, I'm not going down in the fucking cave. I'm not leaving this. I think that maybe Adam doesn't drink. I don't think, but I did have some lodging shenanigans. You could get Topher. If you ever have Topher on this show, make him tell you about how I refuse to let anyone else live in my house. My lodging, my 3-bedroom house.
I will ask him this.
I'm like, Roger Clark, who's that? Fuck it, no one's coming in here. Anyway. Yeah, no, I was in the caves. Those were cool. I have videos and stuff from running around there. Yeah, I was there. I think I was there every day. I was there on the whole shoot. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, it's a fun movie, and people, like I said, we'll have the link up. People go and get your voucher, and the more it sells, the more place to play. So I haven't seen Mutilator 2 yet, but I do just want to ask, like, being involved in a sequel to an '80s horror film, many years later, and working with Buddy Cooper, who I've had on the show way back in 2006. He was a very interesting guest.
Buddy's a lovely guy. Maybe in small, I don't really know him outside of the movie. He's nice to me. Other people I know have some.
I
problems.
have a friend that was not a fan.
I'll have to find out. I also have a friend who despises him.
Yeah, maybe it's I don't know, but
I'm not a woman though, so maybe
this person isn't either.
Great. Get him a copy of Black Eyed Susan. No, I don't. He's an older guy. He's different things. I don't really know much about Mutilator 2. I don't know what it's doing out in the world. I've never seen it.
Mm-hmm.
It was one of the greatest vacations of my life.
Well, that's cool. Where was the film?
It was filmed in the Outer Banks of North Carolina.
Okay.
So it was in when was that? May? Maybe it was May. I don't remember. May. It was I felt like I was there for a long time. Great food. Did some fishing. My friend Terry Kaiser was there. I duped him into doing that movie. So we went on vacation together.
He's no longer your friend.
No, they paid him well. So no, we had a great time.
Yeah.
And Buddy, the Coopers, they basically at that point owned the whole state. So Buddy owns the hotels and they own the restaurants. And it's daughter, you can't walk into a place and Buddy doesn't know. His son is the mayor. At the time, his cousin was the governor.
Wow. I actually wasn't aware of all this. Yeah.
Roy Cooper. Although he was a Democrat governor, so I'm betting Buddy didn't vote for him.
No.
So that it was a great time. It was a great time, and there was a lot of cast and crew that I had known already. I think.
Was Joe Castro on set, the effects artist?
Yeah, he was. He was.
Well, did you work with him at all, with Joe?
No, I've never said a word to him.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I don't know. He seemed agitated. So was I. Actually.
Yeah, I'm good friends with Joe, and he's been open about this. He did not have a good time on Mutilator 2.
I don't know who did.
Yeah. So Joe made the mask for my movie Enzyme 2.
Okay. See, the thing on Mutilator 2 is that I was having such a great vacation. Every now and then that movie would be like, you have to come do the movie. I would be upset about it. Fucking ruin my vacation. So, I'd have to go do the movie. So whenever I was shooting something, I'd be agitated. I could probably write a book about my experience on Mutilator 2, actually. Come to think of it. I've never seen it. I wish
I haven't seen it either. I don't know. Yeah.
I have to imagine it's probably pretty awful. I wasn't on it enough to really have that good a gauge. Terry has seen it though. And I have a voicemail of Terry's review, which I played.
Oh, really? Was it glowing? Was it
it was
the Collider review?
It was nuclear. It was nuclear. It was funnier than the Collider review.
Well, that's good. So I know you've talked about The Strangers Parade Night a lot of times, but I do just want to ask, how did that change your career? How did that change your life?
Well, I didn't have one until that moment, so that's kind of changed it. I had quit. I lived in New York. I lived in New York, and I was doing some theater, some good theater, and professional theater, off Broadway, which is the sweet spot of where quality work is happening, but no money is being made. So you gotta go to Broadway, where mostly it's nonsense, but it's all the money. But so I was doing good work with no money. Movies weren't really happening. It was just miserable, and I had children. And I was like, I can't fucking do this anymore. You don't want to fucking do this. This is miserable, whatever. So we moved to Maine. I had quit. I was like, I'm done. And it's like, now we can go wherever. And it's like, go to Maine where no one will find us, especially, movies. And then we were there. I adopted a dog. We were there for, I don't know. I was like, taking my kids to school, playing with the dog, taking the dog out. Life it was all right. It was Portland, Maine, which is a really lovely place. And then my friend John called me and he said, we're doing the sequel to The Strangers. I was like, oh, it's been like 10 years. Cool. Like, what do you want from me? And he said, how do you feel about playing like the bad guy? I was like the bag on his head, dude? I quit, man. And like, that'll just upset me because it's not real acting. And like, I'll see other people acting and it's just like, He's like, but you like love horror movies. I was like, yeah, but like, you know how precious my ego is. Like a bag on my head. So, but he sent me the script. I was like, this is pretty fun. So, yeah, I did it. And I knew that doing it was going to change things for me, definitely. I knew it wouldn't be like, Hollywood's new It Boy. I had a fucking bag on my head with no lines. But I knew that like it would create like the smallest crevice kind of thing where if I like played it right and like kept pushing, I could parlay it into something. I was like, I could probably do some conventions, maybe squeeze my way into another thing, something like that. So like that's what it was. I was like, it may just lead down a road of more aggravation, but okay. So like, but I did The Strangers, and then a couple of months later, I did Haunt before The Strangers came out. So I did those two. I mean, basically back to back before either of them came out, and I was like, okay, now I'm heading down a path where I'm just gonna be like this unrecognizable monster. So like that's like my thing now. But Haunt didn't come out for a couple years for various reasons. And then when it did, it came out in Shudder, and like it's still not even anywhere near as popular as like I feel it could be. But I mean, Strangers definitely, I wasn't doing anything. So I mean, I'm basically on your show now because of Strangers. That's
Well, I reached out
that's the
because
way
of
to look
Black
at
Eyed
it.
Susan, to be honest.
Yeah, but I wouldn't have done
It
Black
led
Eyed
to
Susan.
everything else after that.
I wouldn't have done Black Eyed Susan or anything else if I hadn't done Strangers. Like I wouldn't have done Texas Chainsaw, anything like that.
Yeah. Did that experience give you a different look at the at a masked actor as the actors who play like the masked killers in movies? But did you give me like did you like like a different respect, I guess, for that?
No. No. I mean, I wasn't like
I understand you weren't like necessarily looking down on it, which isn't necessarily something you wanted to do.
Yeah. Like, look, I've been watching horror movies as long as I could open my eyes and stuff. So like, I know the deal with like the Jasons and the Michael Myers and all these guys up to a point. Like this is stunt performers who could fit in this costume. It was not glamorous work. It was like most of them didn't even want to do it.
Yeah, used to not even get credit, a lot of them.
Right. And then it wasn't until conventions where people are like, wait a minute, and then they're fighting over. It's like, no, I played Backwood Billy in the bathroom scene. It's like, no, I was the face of Piggy Paul. I was the unmasked face of Piggy Paul in part 3. And it's like, oh Jesus. So, and that's why
exactly what you're talking about at the moment.
Right. And that's why on Pray at Night, I was like, nobody's playing this fucking thing unless shit's on fire or shit's crashing into something else, because like I'm not gonna have this fight with people down the road.
Yeah.
Like, it's me.
I hate to be the shameless guy, but so you might my movie, The Once the Future Smash, my first feature film. The premise is two older actors who both take credit for a 1970 film, End Zone 2, and then they're booked 50 years later at the same convention. And there's the rivalry, and I got a lot of my horror friends to play themselves, and it's heavily inspired by a lot of people I know and former guests.
I mean, like, so and good for these guys, getting some notoriety off it, some money off of it, being celebrated. That's fucking great. But like, there's some challenges with playing something like The Man in the Mask, and that thing, and it's like trying to make it your own, trying to find a little moment here and there, to kind of like separate it or inject some behavior. I mean, those are the struggles, but it's like it's shenanigans, as I call it. It's great shenanigans.
Sure.
And I was doing Strangers Bright Night was one of my favorite memories of my life. It was like fantasy camp. It was fantastic. I loved that group. I loved doing that. It made me think of high school, where I was playing Jason in our Friday the 13th sequels. I wouldn't trade it for anything else, or Haunt. It was a fantastic year I had there doing those things with great, brilliant people. But I'd just be lying trying to make myself sound more if I said it like it took even like a brain cell to do it. Like it was not.
Yeah.
When I read the script for that, the thing that stood out to me, which I was like, I need to do this, was the van scene. Because like, to me, reading that van scene, I was like, here's the moment in this movie where I can bring some Damian to it, because I feel like it depends on how he films it. This scene is something where, if he allows me to, I can set the pace for it, and then I can make it harrowing, because this is reading to me like a very harrowing scene, and like I can take care, control of this thing, and that's exactly how it happened. And Johannes was always that way. He was always like, play around with it, play around with it. So like that, was something I thought about. I did the eyes thing. I held the screwdriver a certain way. It was like little tiny choices. So it's not Macbeth. I don't think Anthony Hopkins is going to write me a handwritten letter about, my performance in Strangers Pray at Night, but like little things like that. And like, good for people who take on these roles, and they're not just trying to be Michael Myers, which is like the most boring fucking thing in the world to me. It's Michael Myers. And that it's boring to me as an actor, but I don't think, like, I get the Myers thing. Like, that's the less you know, and it's not human, or what's up. Like, that's scary. And I get that. But like, as an actor, because like every now and then people are like, oh my God, you should play Michael Myers. Like, get my neighbor to play Michael Myers. Like, or the guy at the grocery store, like anyone. And you just be like, oh, you're walking too fast. So like, I don't need to do that.
Yeah.
I don't want to do that. Like, someone else should do that, and then go to conventions and be like, good for them. Like, that's great. Like, I want to do, crazy stuff. Like, I'll play the Mask Killer or whatever. I want to play Cropsy. If they do Cropsy remake, I want to fucking play Cropsy. I'm getting too old. Not to, I mean, he's all melted and shit, but.
So what were the horror movies when you were a kid? Like, oh, this is something I would like to do. I'd like to, be in these someday.
I mean, all of them. Well, I always kind of, I watch Aliens over and over and over again. I put myself into it, but like, still the movie I probably watched more than any other in my life is probably The Return of the Living Dead. Right. And what makes me such a unique child and individual is like, Bert was like my hero. Like Burt Wilson was my hero, and Clu Gulager became like my
Clue's
my
nice.
hero, my mentor. So like I wanted to be Burt, and I begged my mother to get me a members only jacket, and like I did this sort of infamous Burt impression for people because I was like 7 years old. Nobody knew what I was doing. My parents didn't want anyone to know that I was impersonating this character from Return of the Living Dead because then they'd be like, "What are you letting your child watch?" So like, but like that's what I was. So like, that was the kind of shit I wanted to do. And then like, for me, that movie, which is, I mean, it's a lot of fun. That movie.
Yeah.
But like something about Kluge, because like I'd watch a lot of bad movies before that, horror movies, and then seeing Clue in that, that was like the first turn of the dial in my head. It was like, oh, this guy is doing something a little different than like the other really low budget, like one credit movie actors. So like that to me was like, oh, like better people make these movies better.
Yeah,
I was really young, so like that I was on. But I mean,
but Return of the Living Dead, like, what's so good about that? Well, there's a lot of things, but like the young cast are great, the punks, and the older guys are great.
Yeah,
the 3 older guys. So you've got. Sometimes you watch a movie like that, maybe one or the other. There's a couple interesting people, but they all work. They all work well.
Yeah, it was a fun cast, but I mean, it was Dan O'Bannon movie. He's amazing. They cast it well. Most of that cast are fucking assholes now, but back then it was perfect.
Some of them are coming back on the show soon.
Well, fuck them.
Linnea Quigley. You can't
she's not bad. She's not bad. She's all right. She's all right. Not her. But the rest of them can go fuck themselves.
Yeah. Well, there's one in particular that is one of the only interviews I took off the website, but we won't go into that one.
Not Tom Matthews. I like Tom Matthews.
No, Tom
but the rest of them,
great too.
Rest of them can go fuck themselves. Well, maybe not John Philbin. I don't know him. But the rest of them,
actually, I just had him on for the first time. I'd met him years ago. I hosted a Return of the Living Dead panel, and he was not a great guy. And he actually brought it up on the show and apologized because he's open about it. He was suffering, battling addiction back in the day. And part of that now is he's been apologizing to people that he was not nice to. And super nice guy now, honestly.
All right, so fuck old John Philbin.
There you
go. John Philbin?
Yeah. Yeah, he would agree with that.
So. Right. The rest of them can go fuck themselves. Maybe not Alan Troutman. I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know about him. But the rest of them can go fuck themselves.
Yeah. We're narrowing the list down. Soon you'll just be picking like 2 people and be like, screw these people.
The living people can go fuck themselves.
Now we're even getting a smaller list. So yeah.
Not the paramedics or anything or the cops, but the rest of them. Can go fuck themselves.
Yeah, or the effects artists. So
or the production design. Cast only.
Yeah.
Living cast that's not Tom Matthews or current John Philbin. And Linnea Quigley.
All right. I think we're getting it down here. All right. So I just want to ask too is so you grew up a horror fan.
Yes.
And you're watching stuff with your family, so they know you like horror. What's their reaction when you start popping up in horror movies?
I mean, I don't think it's any surprise. It's no surprise. My mother, unfortunately, punched out in 2010.
Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know that.
So, and she was my biggest fan and critic, and someone who I went to the movies with, just me and her, until her last year. So she never saw, any of this newer stuff, Strangers and whatnot. I think I'm quite sure that she would, when The Strangers came out, she would have said, and probably did say, it's like, of course, your first theatrical release and you've got a bag on your head. So she would have said something like that. But my father, my father passed away 2 years ago. He was super, super proud. I remember he woke up He started sleeping on his chair. He had like this really, really expensive chair. You know, the kind that like kicks you out of it if you want. Like it
Oh,
like
yeah,
moves
yeah.
forward. He would just like sleep on the chair, and I've slept on the chair too. I'd prefer it. And he called me one day, and he was like, I like I kind of woke up in the middle of the night, and I was like, Damien, like I thought I heard your voice, but it was like it didn't sound right. Like the words weren't recognizable. I was like, okay. He was like, and I looked up on the TV, and it was like, oh, it's Damien on screen. And I was like, what? He was like, Wrong Turn was playing while I was asleep. And I was like, oh, okay. So you weren't having some bizarre nightmare. I was like, oh, that's fun. That's cute. He was like, it was a proud moment for me. I was like, oh, that's like, yeah, you don't even really think about these kinds of things. He was definitely very proud of. I mean, those weren't really he wasn't the biggest horror fan. My mother was. My father's kind of a scaredy cat. I remember we all went to see Pet Cemetery together, and he walked out and left
Oh,
us.
wow. Like,
Um,
you know, like when Zelda's pretty scary.
he knew that Gage was going to come back, and he didn't want to see it.
Oh, I can understand that. Yeah.
So my mother was definitely a bigger horror fan. Like she was the kind where like I remember I saw The Descent, a midnight showing of The Descent, and I went home, and then the next day I was like, listen, I just saw this movie, and like pack your shit because we're going to see it right now.
Yeah, it's fantastic. Yeah.
Yeah, like when we went out to see The Descent. So I miss that. But like my sister and two brothers and stuff, I mean, they get a kick out of it. My kids don't give a shit.
Maybe they will eventually. But by the way, Mark at Coolidge has a really interesting take on The Descent. He always shows it when they do Vampire Month. And his take is that it's a vampire movie if you take out the like mythology, if you take out like the supernatural elements.
See, I feel like that can't be possible because I hate vampire movies and I love The Descent. So, when they show it at Coolidge, what ending do they show? Do they show
That's a
the
good question.
UK one or the American one?
You know what? I'm not really positive.
The American one is no good. It's the UK one that you have to be
What's
shown.
the difference? Actually, I'm not positive what the difference
Well,
is.
Descent spoilers.
Uh-huh.
So turn off this. Like anyone's could be listening to me drone on anyway. The American ending, which is what I saw first, and I was like, "What the fuck?" That ends with her. She just like, because she's driving, and then she turns and sees Juno as a ghost, and then like wakes up, and you can't really tell where she is. It's like in pitch black or like in the car, can't really tell, and then that's it. The UK ending, she turns and sees Juno, and then wakes up in the cave, and then she hallucinates the birthday cake thing with her daughter as the crawlers or vampires.
Yeah, it's definitely
coming
the UK
down.
one then. Yeah.
Good, because the other one is just like, and that's total studio fuckery. Right away, I knew. As soon as I knew that there was another better ending, I was like, "Oh, this fucking studios, clueless, fucking suits."
Yep. A lot has come out about the Substance because like they wanted to change the ending of that completely,
Of course,
and they refused, and so they sold it to like this smaller company. And
of course, we don't even realize how blessed we are that movie exists. Like how that movie exists with these fucking people in this day and age. Always fucking around with shit.
Yeah. And it's up for a best comedy or musical in the Golden Globes.
Whatever.
So it's a
I mean, like it just hit. Variety just ran a thing recently that the reason Guy Pearce hasn't worked with Christopher Nolan since Memento is because a Warner Brother executive doesn't like him. And like Guy Pearce is one of my favorite actors of all time. And it's just like, Of course.
Yeah, it's insanity. So are you working on anything currently?
There's a movie called The Events Surrounding a Peeping Tom, which used to be called Dark Circles. It has taken us a long time to finish it. But and there's a lot of people who helped get it made, and they've been so patient, and now I think they all just kind of forgot the movie exists. So that's fine because the movie is good. It is quite good. It's my favorite script of all time, written by my closest friend. So that movie is great, and it's worth the wait. And that's called The Events Surrounding Peeping Tom, and we're finishing that up. And what else? I just finished a movie. You see, my hair is still a little blonde. I finished a movie called Sundown. It's found footage, but it should be good. I think.
Yeah.
Directed
Now the
by.
hair looks like it's frosted.
Yeah, yeah. I'm kind of digging this. The
Yeah.
frosted,
Yeah.
like boy band kind of thing.
Yeah.
I think I have a cold. I think
so
I
too.
got a cold during this show.
Oh, well, I am sorry. I apologize, but I think it was totally worth it, at least on my end. But hopefully you feel better.
Thanks. I don't feel like I have a cold except for the stuffed nose. Working on anything else? Yeah, I mean, there's other things.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just
You gotta
play
watch that. I
Texas
know
Chainsaw.
I've not seen Stream. I know that's out there. Oh, so Texas Chainsaw. I do want to ask about that. How did that come about? Like
That was I was at a Texas Frightmare weekend.
Great
which
convention.
Yeah. It was after hours. I was in the hall looking for food, foraging. And this guy I knew, Tom Devlin, came up to me with these two other gentlemen and said, "Hey, Damian, I wanted to introduce you." Actually, so I'll do my Tom Devlin impression. And he said, "Hey, Damian, I want to introduce you to the two friends here. It's Ronnie Hobbs and Matt Zepp. And they work for Gun Interactive." I was like, "Oh," right away, like Friday the 13th game. Like, big fan here. And I think they were surprised to hear that. I think a lot of the actors they wind up talking to don't play video games, don't know about or most, adults or whatever. Honestly, most of the actors they run into probably don't even like horror movies too, right? So, but yeah, I was excited to be talking to them because I love Friday the 13th. Friday the 13th game was like, it's still a surreal thing that we got to have. So we were just talking for a while, and then they were like, "Hey, you're at the top of the list, wish list for this character to voice this character in the next game we're doing." And I was like, "Me? Like voice a character?" So like at that point, so this was a couple of years ago. So like, if you know me from things, like the only things you're going to know me from are Strangers and Haunt, where I have like a combined 3 lines between both movies. So to choose me to voice a character was interesting. But apparently they had like, I had been recommended, or like he like I'm still not clear on this, so I like to make stuff up. Like they liked my performance or something, but like they'd come to see me at a panel, and I was by myself. So like, and you never put me on a panel by myself because I just say wild shit. And there's like no one to stop me. So like Ronnie was like, yeah, you gotta come see this Damian guy. He's like, his sarcasm and arrogance and like abrasiveness is perfect for the character. I was like, oh, okay. So that was it. They like, so I met them again at a Mad Monster party, and they were like, "All right, we're ready to talk. If you'll come out with us," and they were like, "We can go out to eat here and here. This place like does a great wine and this and that." I was like, "Wine? Like, I was like, "Is there a Cracker Barrel on that list?" And they were like, "You want to go to Cracker Barrel?" I was like, "I insist on going." Well, I was like, "Look, I'm going to Cracker Barrel. If you want to meet me at Cracker Barrel, then I'll talk to you." So I made them take me to Cracker Barrel, and that there is when they told me about Texas and the character. They showed me sketches, and yeah, I was like, what are we talking about? You're gonna pay me to do the voice for a horror video game, like a Texas Chainsaw Massacre? Like, this is a no. This is the most no brainer I've ever had to field.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's great. I love the company too. Gun.
Yeah, that's wild. So, do you play the game since you
Oh,
played
yeah.
the Texas?
I do.
Friday the 13th game. Yeah.
I do. I don't play my character, but I play the game.
Yeah. Do you do that purposely? Like, I can't play my own character. Or...
He does talk a lot. He probably talks more.
You don't want to hear yourself talking. Yeah.
It's difficult. It is difficult, but a lot of people play the character, so I'll have to hear him in the background every now and then. But not exactly. Like, all the family members, they're the family. You know, they're all. There's different play style. There's like the chasers, and there's like the power killers, and then there's like the support. And I'm more of a support person. I just kind of, which is like Cook, like Drayton Sword. He like puts the locks on there. He's got special abilities. I mean, he can hit hard, but he can't run for shit. So like, I'm more into that kind of like orchestrating general kind of thing. Although I am lethal as my character.
So who's your go-to character in the game?
Right now, it's a character called Hans, and he has a mullet. He's mocapped, and I guess voiced by Robert Mukes. Do you know him?
Oh, yeah. He's been on the show, yeah.
Right. So he's this giant character, Hans.
No, he's a giant man, yeah.
Right. So he's got a mullet. I'm just having a lot of fun with that character. He's like Frankenstein.
Yeah.
He's monster. Frankenstein's monster.
Exactly.
Exactly. Scooter McCrae is like Frankenstein. Robert Mukes' character is like Frankenstein's
monster. That's a good point. Yeah, because Frankenstein's monster is not. He's not the villain of the story.
Exactly. And I also I like to play a character named Sissy, who's voiced and mocapped by Christina Klebe. Of
I know that name.
Rob Zombie Halloween and Brooklyn 45.
Okay.
She's the friend in Rob Zombie's Halloween. The Totally friend.
Okay, yeah, I know who he's talking about. Yeah,
Totally. Yeah, she's great. And these characters were all created by Kim Henkel at some point in life, way back in the day, for like future, iterations.
Really? That's I actually didn't know that part. That's interesting. That like that adds a lot of coolness to the game to me.
I mean, when they told me about my character, when they were pitching it to me to play, they said your character will be canon. And I was like, what? And they were like, your character, Johnny Slaughter, is created by Kim Henkel in the Texas Chainsaw Bible. The plan was Johnny was going to be like the original movie or the follow-up. But I was like, this sounds made up, but
sounds cool.
Okay.
We'll run with.
All right.
Yeah.
So at least the way it's told to us is that there's this archive of all these characters, kooky characters and stuff, all created by Kim Henkel, who did have input on the game, obviously.
Yeah, I always think he doesn't get enough recognition for the movie.
I mean, he's the director of one of the greatest movies ever made, Texas Chainsaw Massacre: Next Generation.
Oh wow, that's a bold statement.
Matthew McConaughey's greatest performance.
Yeah, really? You think so?
I do. I don't know. It's
Maybe
close.
I need to revisit it. I know it's
Oh,
not
it sounds
my
like you're not a
favorite at the
fan.
time.
Sounds like you're not.
I don't think I've seen it since it came out on VHS in like the 90s or whatever.
I task you this.
Mhm.
Watch it one more time.
I would.
I feel like just go in and be like, all right, let's do this. And embrace the kind of absolute fucking bonkers madness. Because if you do that, the Matthew McConaughey, Renee Zellweger kind of dynamic, I think it'll really entertain you.
Yeah, I'll go in with an open mind. So like when I saw Jason Goes to Hell, I saw, once in the theater with my friend at the time, and we laughed and thought it was terrible. And then years later, we get Adam Marcus on the show. I'm like, I'm going to watch the movie again. And so I watched it, and I was like, this is so just batshit crazy. I think I love Jason Goes to Hell now. Do I think it's a great movie? Not necessarily, but it's very entertaining.
Like, the biggest problem with Jason Goes to Hell is that every Friday the 13th movie up until that point, I mean, even, like part 7 had a psychic, and part 8, was on a boat. But those movies all followed the same formula and was you know what you're getting into. And then Jason Goes to Hell changed everything so much that like it was never going to be wanted. It was never going to be embraced. Like they changed the formula. They went against it. So like it was no surprise to me that movie was going to get absolutely torched, and it's still not really embraced because now that like he's like it's part of the Evil Dead universe. It's like, ugh, guy, like stop.
I like Adam Marcus, but I don't really I don't agree with that whole thing. If Jason was a Deadite, wouldn't he be like laughing and talking? I never saw like a silent Deadite.
Yeah, it's although that's a good name for an Evil Dead Christmas movie. Silent
Deadite. It is, yeah.
Yeah. Hold on to it.
Yeah.
I'll split the royalties with you.
All right, fair enough. We have it here on tape.
But like Texas Chainsaw Massacre, every entry was so fucking wacky and different. It's like you never knew what was coming. Except for part 3, which is just unfortunately awful. But
it's really the most just typical slasher of the series up until
it is. And I have a very good friend who's in it, Joe Unger. He's wonderful. And it's got Viggo Mortensen and Joe Unger in it, 2 tremendous actors. And yet, even then, they couldn't save that movie. It's so bad. And it was directed by one of the great people that ever walked the earth, Jeff Burr.
Yeah, I'm a big fan. Very nice guy.
So, just it's pretty bad. But next gen. Get back.
And Ari Mihailov from Texas Chainsaw 3D. He's the one who named me Nasty Neal.
Okay.
I was just Neal.
He has some fun in there. He's got that little game he plays where it shows him a picture of a clown.
He has a chainsaw fight with Ken Faree. I mean, that's kind of cool.
Yeah. Oof. Not Ken Faree's best performance.
It's a really cool the trailer where they have the lady in the lake throwing up the chainsaw. You have to give it that.
Oh, okay. I'll say that's a better trailer than Vinegar Syndrome's Black Eyed Susan.
All right. Yeah. What about the second one? So Texas Chainsaw. I always hated it until I've grown to like it, but I think it's kind of what you're saying. Like, so as a kid, I love Texas Chainsaw. Then the second one's like an overt comedy, even though I do think the first one has a lot of dark comedy in it.
Oh, it definitely does. Definitely. Yeah. And there's rumors or true that the original intention for the original movie was for it to be a comedy. It just was not executed that way.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know about that. I know, like, we'll never know. There's definitely dark humor. Wonderful dark humor.
I think I think Cook as an adult, when I watch, he's like probably my favorite character, and I think he's very funny. The girl and stuff.
Part 2's, it's crazy. It's probably a little too long, but it's just bonkers enough to to work. I mean, you
Yeah,
like Dennis
I've grown
Hopper
to
in
like
there,
it.
even though
Yeah, yeah.
most of his time is spent like carving columns in some cave. But yeah, I mean, like,
And you gotta love Bill Moseley.
sure. Bill Moseley, who's now a part of the video game.
Oh yeah.
I mean, I don't. I prefer the original sort of
Me too.
Leatherface.
Mhm.
I don't like the making him into the, like, this kind of like sex crazed thing. I really like the idea of the original Leatherface because he's scared and confused, and he's like alone,
Yeah, he's almost a
So he's like,
sympathetic guy because
yeah, he's like, oh, he's
he's
alone.
afraid of the rest of the family
Yeah,
who
and
he
he's
could
like, and
clearly
these
just
people are running
destroy.
into the house.
Yeah.
So like that to me is what, like, that. I mean, that's where it's like he's different from Michael Myers or most iterations of Jason. Like, so I like the whole Leatherface kind of deal. And then that's changed in part two. I mean, he's still simple, bit of a potato head, but like the whole sex thing, like. I get it though. Yeah, I mean, I like it for the most part.
Yeah.
Sex or the Saw.
But that is a weird one to watch. Like, so like when you can watch all the Friday the 13th movies in a row, and it's like they go weird places, but you can watch them as like one long story. But if you were to watch the Texas Chainsaw Massacre movies as like one long story, like it does not work.
Right. Yeah, I mean, Friday 13th, like, yeah, you know what you're getting. Even except for even part 5 where it's like, oh my god, it's not Jason, it's the paramedic, and is as stupid and nonsensical as the whole movie is, which is one of my favorite commentaries of all time. That movie, highly recommended.
I'm a huge fan of commentary tracks. So I'll have to
You
check
gotta fucking listen to the commentary for Friday
Yeah,
13th part 5. It's one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life. Yeah, I mean, you know what you get Friday 13th. And in case anyone asks, my favorite is part 2. And it's not because he
I
has a sack
agree.
on his head. It's not because he has a sack on his head. It's the
Well, that
only
is-
Friday 13th movie where it was attempted to make it scary. And I find Jason the most interesting there. Like Leatherface, I find him to be a confused little hillbilly.
I think the best scene in all those movies is part 2 when they find the shrine of his mother.
Yeah. Oh, there's a lot of cool stuff like that when
Yeah.
when he rises up from the sheets, when he
That's a
Bay of
genuinely
Bloods
scary
them
movie.
in the bed. A lot of cool stuff.
Yeah, no, I agree. 2 and 4 has always been my favorite, but I like 2 the best.
I know most slasher purists like 4.
Yeah, or 6, and 6 is fun, but I'm not really a big fan, honestly.
No.
I'm not a fan of zombie Jason. I know that's a debate that he's always a zombie, but I would say he isn't. But I would say from 6 on.
I'm with you.
Yeah, because if he's a zombie, how is he dies as a child, but his zombie is a full-grown man? That doesn't make much sense.
I think that
and I know I'm trying to make sense of the Friday the 13th film.
It's a fun conversation to have with horror friends, but it's here's what happened is that, like, someone was like, we can make a whole bunch of money.
Exactly.
Like, well, he died as a baby.
Yeah, he really did.
Doesn't matter. Let them fight about it for the next 50, 60 decades while we make money and then go to court.
Yes, unfortunately. But yeah. Victor Miller is in my movie, The Once and Future Smash. The original.
Victor Miller's in your movie?
Yeah.
How was he? You like him?
Fantastic. I love Victor Miller. Very super funny guy, super dry sense of humor. We filmed it's a mockumentary of the movie. So we filmed his part at his place, and it was his idea to do it in front of his Emmys because he went on to become a daytime like soap operator. And so he's standing there very like scholarly in front of his Emmys talking about Friday the 13th. And to me, it's just hilarious.
Well, that's good. That's good to hear.
Good guy. I don't know if you've ever met him.
No.
Very nice guy. Yeah. Did you ever get to meet Clue?
Oh yes, one
Yeah,
of my
Clue's
favorite.
amazing.
I avoided meeting Clue. Like I had friends who would go on to like work on things or like hang out with like Jeff Burr and that group, and they were like, Clue was there tonight. Oh, like, you gotta come to L.A. and meet Clue. And I was like, no way. Like I'm not meeting these people. Like I like I need to keep that separate. If he's having a bad day or whatever. And then I was in L.A. in 2000. I don't know. 8? No. Yes, maybe like 2008. And I went to meet a friend in this restaurant, which is no longer there, called Dupar's in Studio City Diner. And Matthew Perry was sitting at the counter of the hit show Friends. But I didn't care because I could see in the distance Jeff Burr, and sitting next to Jeff Burr was Clue Gallagher. And I was like, holy fuck. And I called my friend. I was like, yo, Clue is in this diner I'm in right now. And he was like, oh, is it Dupar's? I was like, yes. He was like, oh, I'll be right there. I was like, don't come here. And he hung up on me. And then like 15 minutes later walks in. And I was like, oh my God. And then Clue was leaving. And my friend was like, hey, Clue. And they're like, hey, Dave. And like a hug and stuff. And I was like, oh my God. And I'm like, I'm leaving. And then Dave was like, hey, Clue, this is my friend Damian. And he was like, Damian, this is Clue. Clue, I think Damian has something he wants to tell you. So I walked with Clue to the front door and outside. And then I talked to him for another 5 hours out there. The sun came up. We were all out there just talking. Like talking about punk rock and fucking movies and just cool shit. And I was like, this is the greatest moment of my life. And I remember it was like this was I got back to the place where I was staying at like 6 a.m. or something. And like I kept checking the time. My mother was an early riser. Like I wanted to call my mother and tell her that I'd met Clue. So I waited and I called her. I could tell she was like tearing up. And then 2 days later, I went to a double feature at the New Beverly Cinema. And the double feature was Tintorera and Chorrock, which is 2 crocodile movies. One Spanish, one Filipino. And I'm walking by and I hear, Damian, you're still here. And I turn and it's Clue Gallagher talking to me, saying my name. And I was like, oh my God, are you talking to me? And I went and sat with him, watch these crazy fucking movies. And I was like, okay, this is all right.
That's
And a couple of
amazing, yeah.
times after that, I met with him. And yeah, he did not disappoint.
Yeah, Clue is great. I didn't know him as well as you, but I knew him a little bit from like conventions and stuff. And I just remember one night it was me and Annabelle. It was late at night at Mad Monster, and we were ordering a pizza at like midnight. And he was like, "Oh, I'm gonna go hit the gym," and we just felt like failures. We're gonna eat like a Hawaiian pizza at midnight, and he's hitting the gym. And
he didn't hit no gym. What year was this? Get out of here.
2011 or 12, maybe 2012, maybe, or 13,
Hit
somewhere
the
around there.
gym. Listen,
It might have been Days of the Dead, actually.
I had 6 crunchy tacos at 11:30 p.m. last night, and then I played like 4 hours of Texas Chainsaw. So don't worry about it.
All right, fair enough.
And that's why when you see Black Eyed Susan and you're like, oh my God, what is this guy doing? That's what he's doing.
Well, I think it adds realism to the movie. Just like this is a real guy.
It's like this guy looks like Taco Bell.
Yeah.
Taco Belly.
I like that. That was a good ring to it. Real quick about Victor
Silent
Miller.
Night.
Yeah.
Silent Night. Deadite. Okay.
Yeah, well, I'll have to write that down.
Yes, please.
So Victor Miller, I do want to mention because it's a mockumentary, and the thing is that the people who play themselves, they're talking about how influential this fake movie that we made up is to their real stuff.
Yeah.
So my biggest surprise was that Victor Miller agreed. Of all the people I asked, because it basically saying like he ripped off the script of End Zone 2 for Friday the 13th, and I was like, he's probably not going to agree to do this, but I'll ask him. The worst is he'll say no, but he was totally into it and got the jokes like what we were going for, and just a really good guy.
That's good. He's got a good sense of humor about it.
Yeah, yeah. I think he's one of the stand-up performances in the movie. I like it.
That's very good. That's really, because that lawsuit, people took sides without knowing the
Yeah,
story, knowing information, and he's got a lot of people out there who don't like him and they don't know
I
the
agree.
deal.
Yeah, he left social media because of that, because he used to be
Yeah.
on pretty active on Facebook.
I don't blame him.
Because he got like a lot of hate, like you're saying. And if you are a horror fan, you should want the people who created, these characters to get
But they
something
don't.
out of it.
They're not. That would take some looking into it, and they just we need more Jason. We need more Jason Friday 13th.
Yeah, I know it's unfortunate. The game's no longer. Can you still play the game? But there's no.
The game actually will be null and void. I think in a couple days.
Oh, okay.
It was still out there. It wasn't being updated.
Right.
But it was still available, and I think it disappears completely on the 27th or something. I'm not sure.
Yeah. So
but that sucked. That sucked.
Yeah. So where can people follow you to see what you're up to?
Oh, well, unlike Victor
them
Miller, I'm not as smart as Victor Miller, so I'm still on social media.
Mm-hmm.
I want them to follow me. They can follow me on Twitter or whatever it's called now.
Mm-hmm. The X.
Yeah. Damian Maffei. DAMIANMAFFEI. Instagram, same thing, same name. What else is there? I'm on all of them. Bluesky. Bluesky.
Yeah, I'm on that. I don't know.
I
if
like
it's
to call
called
it Bluesky.
I like Bluesky. I like that too. Yeah, that's cool. Bluesky.
I even got a TikTok. I don't really use it though. I forget.
Yeah, I'm on TikTok too. You can do like the milk crate challenge or something like that.
I've not done any challenges yet. Facebook and crap. Yeah, I mean, definitely on the Twitter and on the Bluesky and on the Instagram. Those are the best places.
So whatever whoever's listening out there, whatever your favorite platform is, just find you and follow you.
And I'm really great at responding to messages there. It's like, does Daddy respond? And I'm like, Daddy does respond.
Yeah, that's how I was like, hey, Daddy, do you want to come on the show? And
that was actually, I remember that.
Yeah.
Zaddy, I think you said Zaddy.
Zaddy, that's the kind of Hey, Zaddy, you gonna check out the Bluesky?
It's like y'all on Bluesky. I have like 100 followers on there, so I'm not really.
It's fairly new. It's fairly new.
I'm not taking that site over.
I joined a lot of these that then I forget, but I think Bluesky's actually seems like people are into it.
I think it's supposed to be pronounced Blue Sky, or I think, but it just feels better saying Bluesky.
I like it. Yeah, and the Friendster.
I was never on Friendster.
MySpace. Yeah. I wasn't either. I did have a MySpace, so yeah.
Oh, I fucking rocked MySpace. I won. We can get off here, but I feel like you don't know this, but I once won a very, very poor man's kind of American Idol, but for movies. And it was called Live Mansion. And it was an online competition. It took like 9 fucking months. There was 4 rounds. So it started out as thousands of people and then whittled down. So I beat out over 1,000 other guys for the lead role in this Spike Lee produced movie. Which and it was online voting. So the first rounds just put up your headshot. And then people voted for the stuff, and then 100 guys moved on to the next round. And it was the same thing for females, for actress. And in the final round, they flew all the finalists to New York City. I was already there, and filmed these scenes, which were then judged by Spike Lee, John Leguizamo, and Cara Buono. And then and then there was the finalists, and I won. I won along with Hannah Fearman. I don't know if you know Hannah, but
Oh yeah, from is she from the not is she from VHS?
yeah, she's
Yeah.
the I Like You from
Yeah,
VHS. She's
yeah.
also the director of the events surrounding A Peeping Tom, which I just
Oh wow,
talked about.
cool.
Yes, keep peepers peeled on that. She's an old friend. I don't mean old like old, but she is
Yeah.
because I'm old, so you know. So she is old. She knows it. So we won in this Spike Lee produced movie. What was the point of the story? Hold on.
It was MySpace.
And we fucking, you utilize. So it was getting people to vote for you online.
Mhm.
So it was like MySpace was the tool to get people to vote for you. So as with everything else, it wasn't a question of talent. It was a question of looks, and then who could get the most people to vote for you. So made a lot of enemies. Lost a year of my life, but we won, and then that movie was never made.
No, all right. Well, that's not a great ending to the story.
No, it fucking sucks. It sucks so hard because it kind of destroyed my life for a year because it was like, oh my God, I gotta win. Like, who gets this kind of opportunity?
Yeah.
To be in a Spike Lee produced movie with John Leguizamo.
So did it go and like did it just never even? What happens after you win? Like
we won. We were announced.
Or...
Comingsoon.net announced us. I was getting flowers and baskets sent to me by people from high school and stuff and college were like, oh my God, I saw you. I was like, yeah, you had your chance. I was like, I'm big now and you're shit. I'm a huge star. Fuck you. So, and then the company, which was called Crush, which anyone with any sense would have been like, what has Crush made?
Yeah.
Oh, Beer League with Artie Lang. A National Lampoon's Paris Hilton movie. These are the only two movies they've made. Yeah, I'm sure they'll be fine. But yeah, the company just fucking like collapsed or whatever. And like Spike Lee was like, I don't know.
Yeah, that's terrible though. But hey, at least you went on to do cool stuff.
It did survive it, and Hannah and I remained friends. And I still, every now and then I'll talk to other people from who survived that. But it was really mostly pointless.
Yeah. It's like the new face of horror today.
Yeah. Except I don't know what the prize is they're offering there. It's like monetary, right?
Yeah.
I mean, this was you were going to be the lead.
Yeah, that's a huge movie.
With John Leguizamo, who I did meet, and it was wonderful.
I'm a big fan. I love his one-man shows.
Yeah, no, he's great.
You're big when I was a kid,
yeah. So yeah, it sucked extra fucking hard. It sucked because we didn't get and I can't really properly explain how much time and work was invested into doing it. It was because
it's not just like, hey, I won like a raffle or something.
Right. No, it was work, and we thought it was going to be worth something.
Yeah.
Anyway.
So I assume Hannah was in your top 8. That on MySpace, you had the top 8 for
right. I don't think I did a top 8.
Oh, you're like a rebel.
I didn't want to do that to people.
That is true. It because it automatically makes people feel bad. Like, oh, I'm not like one of your. It's not even like your top 1. It's like I'm not even in your top 8.
I think maybe because there was a couple of movies and bands that had MySpace pages, so I think I was like, oh, like here's how I'll just put like shit I like, and not people. But even then, it caused problems. So I was like, fuck this, man.
Yeah, you had to learn HTML code to update your MySpace back then.
It was it was interactive. You were learning. It was a wonderful place.
Yeah, I'd set up a lot of guests through MySpace back in the day. I liked MySpace.
You could do a blog.
Yeah. One of our first guests was Adam Green, and it was like right before Hattrick came out. And I was like, "Oh, you want to talk about this on the show?" And he's like, "Yeah." So he came on. And now he's way too big to talk to me. No,
That's not true.
No, he was just on recently. But
that's not true. I usually do his Yorkie-thon every year. It's been postponed. His charity.
Oh,
he has a charity
I didn't know
marathon every year with Joe Lynch.
Yeah, Joe Lynch is cool too.
And every year they do it they stay up for like 72 hours, and they have on, different people come on, guests and stuff. And usually I participate in this reading of an unproduced script of a popular franchise. So the first year I did it was a Friday the 13th script, which was very close to being made. And then one year it was Final Destination. And then last year we did a David Scow script to a Freddy versus Jason sequel.
Interesting.
And we read it on the show, and other cool guests come on there.
Yeah. What? I assume you'd seen that really long the Freddy documentary. The what is it called? Never Sleep Again, I think. And there's a really interesting, like, the first script for Freddy versus Jason was like that Freddy molested a young Jason and then drowned him.
I dropped. I've never seen this documentary. I've seen Scream Queen.
Oh, the Mark Patton one.
Yeah. I've not seen Never Sleep Again. But
okay, I'd recommend it. It's very, very long. It's like 7 hours. It's basically a full documentary on each movie. But there's this really weird thing. I find it very interesting. The original idea for Freddy versus, or one of the ideas was Freddy molests a young Jason when they're both like alive and drowns him. And I'm like, I like this whole idea, but like, you can't make that movie. Like, you got people like wearing Freddy shirts and going to the movies, and like you find out like my hero, molested this other guy, and this is not the.
I mean, he is.
Yeah,
he is
it's
a horrible murderer.
Again, kind of goes back to a Black Eyed Susan. It's like, it's fine if he kills kids, but whoa,
I mean,
wait a minute.
Well, the whole thing there is like you're praying and really being awful things to the innocent people, the animals, the children,
Yeah.
So that's what we don't like about that. But I mean, the guy is a fucking murderer, horrible murderer. I mean,
yeah. That's why I thought A New Nightmare is my favorite sequel. I think it's asked that really interesting question to the audience. It's like you grow to love this villain. It's like, what are you really doing here? I always thought that was really interesting.
Yeah. They always love the villains.
Yeah.
That's why I told the Strangers company, the PR people and stuff, because like the distributor and the PR person for Prey at Night didn't have a fucking clue. As usual, these companies have no fucking clue about horror movies and stuff, and they were blocking me from doing interviews. They were trying to hide me and keep me mysterious and all this stuff. And I get it, but like, I was like, where's the date where I can finally start talking and doing shit? And like, they didn't care about merchandise. And I was like, you guys are really dropping the ball, because like, I know horror fans. Like, upon release, before, they want to see Christina Hendricks, although I don't think she ever did any press for that movie, stuff. But like, after it comes out, if this movie is going to have any life, it's going to be from the horror fans, and they're going to embrace the villains, because that's the way it works. That's where they get the tattoos, and that's the shirts, and that's who goes on the lunch boxes and all that stuff.
Yeah, it's very few. It's almost like only Ash. I mean, maybe there's someone else, but like that's like the recognizable star of the franchise,
right? And like Laurie Strode, except
yeah, but she's not in every one. You know what I mean?
She was in a lot.
I guess now you think about it, yeah.
She's in a bunch of them.
Yeah, she's in like 2 reboots.
They acted like Jamie Lee Curtis returns for Halloween 2018. It's like, she was in like 5 of them. So shut the fuck up.
Yeah, and it was like We already went through that with H2O. It's
Yeah.
like, and then it's basically just the same idea, only we'll skip H2O. And
Yeah.
I was like, I guess we just forget about that this happened. I don't know. Okay.
Yeah, but for the most part, they don't. Yeah, I mean, it's the killer's the cool one. That's
Still,
the
there's
cool
probably
one.
not too many Laurie Strode tattoos. I don't think. I think it would be mostly Michael Myers.
Yeah, I would probably agree about that. Laurie doesn't do anything in the first movie. Give me a break.
Yeah.
She curls up in a corner and some bald dude has to save her life. Give me a fucking break.
Telling you, Loomis.
Just be saved by a man.
I'm Team Loomis here, but I understand what you're saying. Madison Daniels just wants to know if Damian is excited for Christmas. We're only 3 days away.
It's been a while since I got like good presents. So I mean, I guess I'm excited for my kids or whatever the right answer is.
Well, did you get them something fun?
Yeah, we got a bunch of shit. They got good stuff.
Santa will be good to them this year.
Santa's showing up.
Yeah, they don't watch horror because you said they weren't interested in your movies so much.
Well, I do like Christmas. It is my favorite holiday. I just kind of like the vibe. I mean, my oldest, I guess he watches some horror. Not really sure what he does. I'll give it to him. He does seem to watch some shows and movies, which I think a lot of his generation doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
They're busy watching TikTok and shit.
Yeah.
My other two are 12 and 7. So I got a feeling that my 12-year-old isn't going to really take to horror, though. So, yeah, but right now, they're not really into it.
Yeah. I just realized I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure how this show will look when people are watching and I'm dressed like this talking about Black Eyed Susan, but whatever. It's fine.
It's the season of giving. Black Eyed Susan.
There you go. Yeah. Well, this has been a really good time. I really enjoyed talking with you.
Yeah, I'm glad I came on.
Yeah.
Hopefully Black Eyed Susan finds a fucking streaming site because I know Scooter doesn't care. He's like, fuck streaming, physical media, and I'm totally with him, except you just can't.
Yeah.
The only movie that can do that is that movie, which I've never seen, but that High Mark movie.
The Room.
Yeah, like that movie, because it's so like culty and infamous and stupid and shit. Like you can't find that digitally anywhere, so you like gotta go to the screenings, and they have them all over the place. And that guy shows up, and people yell at the screen or whatever the fuck happens. But like only physical media, it can't.
Have you seen The Room?
No, I haven't.
So at Coolidge, we went to see, I think it was Hell Baby, which was a very fun horror comedy. And we come out, Annabelle and I, and there's this massive, like, people are shouting, and we open the door to see what's going on, and they're like bouncing balls in the air. And she's like, why didn't we go see that? I was like, I don't even know what the hell it is. So we went to see it the next time it was playing, and I don't even think it's obviously I know people say it's a bad movie, but it's not entertainingly bad. I just thought it was bad.
Look, I don't begrudge anyone finding, nice, harmless fun, whatever way they can. Like, that's fine. I'm not a fun person. I don't have fun. I don't find
that's a quote I'm going to use. I'm not a fun
in the
person.
world. So, like, I am not the kind of person to. I don't like subscribe to the so bad it's good. Like, I've never seen Troll 2.
I would say Troll 2 is a much more entertaining movie.
But like, if I'm not like, oh my god, this movie looks terrible. We need to watch it. I've never done that.
I genuinely think Troll 2 is a fun movie. That's what I'll say.
I'm gonna skip it. I'm gonna keep skipping.
That's fine.
But I've never been like, oh my god, like our friends are throwing back Natty Ice. Like I'm like, oh, this movie looks terrible. Like I could be doing something more productive with my time, like playing video games. But like I could be doing something I enjoy, whatever. But I don't begrudge people from that. Go out
Oh
and
yeah, I'm
enjoy
not saying they
yourself.
can't do it. It was not for
Enjoy.
me. It was not for me.
Yeah.
I don't really get it.
So Black Eyed Susan, I don't think it's that bad that it could get that kind of
I agree 100%.
beach ball in the air kind of
Oh yeah.
thing. But yeah, I mean something's got to change there because like I don't think you can just have a physical media of something.
It's like a
Maybe I'm
scene.
wrong.
Everyone starts throwing razor blades at the screen.
Oh, that'd be great. That'd be a lot of fun.
Yeah. See, it'll work. Yeah, we'll put it together.
That'd be fun.
Yeah, but no, it's definitely not that kind of movie. But I agree with you saying. Vinegar Syndrome's amazing, and they put out the movies with tons of extras and cool boxes so you can display them. But the reality is, a lot of people are going to want to stream it.
Yeah, I wish it weren't.
Or that it could also be what would lead them to buy it, because some people don't want to buy something they've not seen.
Right, that's a big, Scooter and I have talked about. He's coming back from, shot on video days, and you could rent things. It's like you can test things out. You go to the video store, and it was $2 or $3 or whatever. Like you can't, like asking people to drop $25, $30 on a blind purchase. That's a lot. There's a certain age limit where people under that don't even understand the concept of what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Like, I'm going to buy this. I don't even know what it is.
Because most of the stuff from Vinegar Syndrome is stuff that they've probably seen multiple times, but they want the box set with all the
right, extras. Right. And I mean, again, Vinegar Syndrome has resurrected and saved things that, like, shouldn't have existed in the first place, and like wonderful things, and also bewildering stuff like Congo. But
oh wow, there's a Congo.
That was like their big title. Well, I guess The Keep was their big title. But like, they put out this fucking Congo loaded set, and I was like, Congo?
I thought you were kidding, but that's a really weird Congo.
Amy, Good Gorilla?
Huh. Have they officially run out of films?
I was like, this is it, huh? This is the last movie Vinegar Syndrome's ever going to put out.
The Keep is weird too, because that was always a movie most people really didn't like, and then all of a sudden, like people are
right, and they couldn't. They literally could not keep The Keep. Like they sold out everywhere, and I'm like, At the Black Eyed Susan screening I was at in Los Angeles, they sold out of The Keep, and I'm not sure what it. I guess the movie wasn't available or something. Or it's not good.
No, it's not
a good movie. So I'm not sure why it's selling the fuck out, but it is.
And it's a great book. If anyone out there has never read the book, the book's amazing.
That book I've not read.
I would recommend it highly. It's very great.
Okay, I'll do that. I mean, I've read worse.
No, I think you would like it. Yeah, it's much better than the movie.
Okay.
Yeah. I do a lot of audiobooks.
I will be providing the voice for a couple of audiobooks.
Oh, really? Yes, because I walk a lot, and so I listen to audiobooks when I'm walking.
That's great news. Yeah. That counts as reading.
I agree. Stephen King is very pro audiobook, so
if it's
good enough for Stephen King, I think it's good.
Yeah, he should get me to do some of his. But I'm very happy, very excited to be doing the ones that I'm doing. And as you can hear, I have a lovely, soothing voice.
Well, this sounds like common sense, but if there's a bad reader to the book, like, it's hard to follow. Like, I stopped paying attention. I have to keep like going back like chapters. Where if it's someone like an interesting voice, like, you're right into it.
Like Will Patton. Will Patton's one of my favorite audiobook narrators. I can't recommend First Blood, read by Will Patton.
Yeah, I read that recently. So it's like during the pandemic, I started walking a lot. I lost like half my body weight. But the so I listened to First Blood, and I was like, oh wow, this is great. And then I would also recommend, even though they're not great, but to listen to the the novelizations of Rambo 2 and 3, because like there's this whole backstory where the author of the original one, he had it in his contract that he had the rights to do the novelizations.
Yeah.
But spoiler, in the original in the book, Rambo gets killed.
Yeah.
So like they
Also,
have this,
spoiler: the sheriff or chief is the main character, really.
yeah.
And
so,
spoiler: Rambo kills like 300 cops.
yeah,
It's
he's a
fucking-
much I don't say villainous, but it's not
Let's-
really a guy like that you love.
We can talk about how much fucking vitriol I have for what Stallone did to that movie. So,
and so
he's like a fucking pacifist.
yeah, it's completely different. The book is really great. And so anyway, they actually have his intro, the author, and he's talking about the dilemma because he didn't want someone else to do the novelization.
Right.
And so he's like, what do I, he's like asking his like author friends, like, what do I do? And then like he just came to they just told him, just don't even mention that he died in the first one, just ignore it. And so that's what he did. He's just like, oh, he's just alive suddenly.
David Morrell, I like him a lot. I really like one of his books. It's called Creepers. It's about urban explorers, like people who usually illegally go into abandoned houses and places and stuff. So for anyone into that kind of stuff, I definitely recommend David Morrell's Creepers.
Yeah, I've not read that. I'll check that one out.
Yeah.
Do.
Yeah,
and there's a weird thing apart because like some of the novelizations, he made them off the script, like the work script. So they really have nothing to do with the actual movie that they made. And so it's they're not great.
That's
but
the best
fun to listen to.
novelizations though, is when they go off on, because like I don't want to read the script to the movie. Some of the Jaws entries, novelizations are like Jaws 2, the novelization takes an earlier draft of the script stuff. And it's just like that's on the other end of that, like the movie The Ruins, that screenplay was written by the author Scott Smith, and there's major differences in the movie and the book. There's another character added. There's different deaths and stuff, and some nerds were outraged. They were like, "How could you change like the book? How could you change the screenplay?" And he was like, "Just like you have the fucking book. I wanted to do a different take." And I was like, "Yes, of course." And that really kind of changed my whole outlook on things when I saw him say that, and I read the book and I saw the movie, and I was like, yes, just give me different shit. So
yeah, I agree 100%. So yeah, and there's this weird thing about, I think it's part 3, the original script. Rambo is a sidekick who is going to be John Travolta, because it was right after like they had made the sequel to like Saturday Night Live together, and then like that was a failure. So then the studio was like, no, you can't, have this, you can't have John Travolta in this movie. And it was just like,
yeah,
I don't know. I was like, I kind of want to see that. Rambo's got like this quirky sidekick played by John Travolta.
I mean, I can't even remember Rambo 3, so I guess I'm curious about that. Usually, less Travolta in my movies is better.
Yeah.
But I guess for that,
it's either I think it's part 3. The movie is very weird to go back to because Rambo's fighting with the Taliban in it, and it's like, ooh.
I don't really do the sequels too much.
They're not good. But yeah.
I'll watch the first one, even though I fucking hate that he turned him into a pacifist. And it's a Christmas movie.
Oh wow! I didn't.
It's set around Christmas. There's Christmas decorations in the town, so
yeah, it's totally a Christmas movie. Right.
Fucking Christmas, get in there.
Yeah, Die Hard's definitely a Christmas movie. People will argue that. But...
yeah, that's fine.
The score is all Christmas music.
I mean, I remember someone tried to engage me in the Die Hard Christmas thing in LA there, and I was like, I don't like, I don't care, but I was like, no, it's not a Christmas movie because it doesn't take place on Christmas ever. Like it never turns into Christmas. I don't even know if that's true. So they're like, oh shit, I never thought about that. And that actually was happening at the Black Christmas screening. And I was sitting there, I was like, I mean, Black Christmas doesn't take place on Christmas either. I don't think it ever turns to Christmas.
Yeah.
I was like, ugh. I was like, I better shut my mouth.
Man,
Like, is it ever Christmas? I mean, you don't know what day it is.
That's very true.
You don't know
yeah.
what the date is.
Yeah.
So
you're gonna have to take that shirt off. It's not
yeah, I'm not a real fan. My blanket, and I actually have Barb's not Barb. I have Jess's sweater, which I'm preparing to wear on Christmas with the hands.
Nice. Yeah. I love it. That's cool.
It's a V-neck. It'll look good.
Isn't it cool though that like you can get all these cool like horror movie shirts and sweaters and stuff now?
Well, you know, with Black Christmas, and this is something I've talked about very often recently. It wasn't until 2004. Until 2004, I had never run into another person in the world who had who knew Black Christmas.
Yeah.
Never mind liked it or anything. No one had ever heard of it because like the internet wasn't, you know, really or whatever. There was no AOL Black Christmas chat rooms or anything. So, and then I was at a Monster Mania, and there was a movie I was in which was screening there, and I left, and someone walked out of it in disgust, and he came up to me and he was like, "Let me ask you a question. You like that movie you're in there?" And I was like, "No, I don't care." I was like, "Hold on a second. Are you wearing a Black Christmas hoodie?" And this was 2004.
Yeah.
And he was like, "Oh yeah, it's my favorite movie." And I was like, "What the fuck?" And I made him turn around. It had the eye on it in the back, the eye in the door frame. I was like, "What is going on?" I was like, I couldn't even comprehend that it existed. I was like, "Where did you get this?" And he was like, "Here." And I ran around looking for it and could never find it. And I scoured the internet for years trying to find it, and I never could. And I had people out there looking for it.
Yeah.
And I knew who that guy was. So and then like companies like Fright Rags, and now everyone has a Black Christmas line, and like it is pretty crazy to me because at that same convention there, John Saxon was a guest, and my table was next to him, and I asked him, I was like, "Why don't you have Black Christmas stuff at your table?" And he said, "Nobody asks for it. Nobody asks about it." I was like, "It's your job, bitch, to make them ask for it. Spread the fucking word." So things have really, really, really changed, really come around. That's fantastic. And you know, with that, there's people who like, it's boring. 2006 is better.
Yeah.
You know, like
Oh,
these
geez,
assholes, these stupid, dirty assholes. No, everyone's entitled to their own opinion. But
that is annoying when I see that a lot. Like any kind of older movie, oh, Rosemary's Baby and Exorcist, like these really boring movies. Like, come on.
How can you fucking say The Exorcist is boring?
Yeah.
I know there is a contingent of edgy people in this world which like to say The Exorcist 3 is better. And Exorcist 3 is good.
I am 100,000% with you on this. This annoys you. Like I like it, but comparatively, the original is
Exorcist 3 came out and it got crapped on, got no credit. So what people like to do is, you know, we overcorrect. Everything capsizes. We can't just things can't be good. So of course now Exorcist 3 has to be better than the original. And that's fucking ridiculous. And look, George C. Scott is fantastic in everything. Scott Wilson's great. There's some really incredible stuff.
Brad Dourif, I think, really makes the movie.
Jason Miller's in it again. It's got the fucking jump scare. The movie's too long. There is some dopey stuff that goes on in it, but it is a big win. But is it better than the original Exorcist? I mean, that's ridiculous. The fucking performances, the cinematography, the effects.
Yeah, it's a perfect movie, I think. Yeah.
So it's just, But I mean, let them do it. They do it with a lot of stuff.
And
It's
The
the same.
Exorcist.
Halloween 3 is better crowd. It's the same. It's the same thing.
For Exorcist is a movie for me where both the book and the movie are like perfect. I think.
Yeah.
Just great, both of them.
Oh, absolutely.
The book that Exorcist 3 is based on is also kind of a mess, I think.
Yeah.
So I think that's part of the problem with Exorcist. It's a good movie. I like it, but
sure,
comparatively, it's just insane. But Halloween 3, I always liked it. But people have to stop saying I'm in the minority or something. You're not in the minority anymore. More people like the movie than don't.
Right.
The minority aren't people who dislike it. Most people.
Hot take: Halloween 3 is the best in the series. It's not a hot take. Shut the fuck up.
Right.
And it's not a hot take. You're just saying hot take for the bait.
Yeah. And there's no way it's in the minority that don't like it, because very few people don't like it now.
Hot take: none of them are good. Boom.
I think 3 might be my favorite sequel, but I don't know. Honestly, most of the sequels are not good. I'll stand by the original.
4, 2, as slashers go, they're fine.
Yeah, I saw 2 at Coolidge. Mark needs to pay the show. We talked about, but and I was like, oh, this wasn't as good as I remember. It's kind of just like a typical slasher. It's fine.
As far as slashers go, it's really well done. It's the lowest employed hospital in the country.
And it's instead of always getting these reboots of one, I want to see a sequel to Part 6, because we never got a payoff of who, like, the Thorn Society or whatever the hell it was, or Halloween 3 Part 2.
Right. Halloween 6. That's the one was Paul Rudd, right? And the fucking
it's not
Thorn.
particularly good.
And then a warlock in a black coat shows up and busts him out.
Yeah.
Busts him out of prison, which he's sitting in with his mask on. Is that right?
Yeah. But we never found out who that was.
Jail. He's in jail with his mask on.
Yeah,
that makes sense.
What about
that actually leads you in perfectly to Halloween Kills, because the Sheriff Brackett returns, and when they're chasing Danny DeVito around, and they're like, "That's him, that Michael Myers," and they're like, "No, it's not him." And then Sheriff Brackett's like, "We've never seen him without his mask on." It's like, the guy's been in the hospital for 70 years. Like, I know you guys know about the internet. He doesn't have records. His face is on the fucking screen in the background of the bar. It's just blurred out. But someone has a picture of him without the fucking mask on.
They never thought of taking a picture of him.
They just put him through prison. Every time they transfer him on Halloween Eve, it's in his mask. No one thought to take it off him.
Yeah. Well, yeah, but that first one, they go through all that whole thing where, like, the podcast people go and get the mask and then bring it to him.
Right. He's not wearing it there.
Yeah. Those are not good. Those last 3.
I appreciate Halloween Ends. That was called for trying to do something different.
They do try to, yeah.
I get the whole Christine thing. It's not a good movie, but it's not a bad movie for the reason that most people complain about.
Yeah, I think it's hard to introduce a whole new character and then
that is a
in the last
wild
trilogy
thing to do in the last movie of that franchise. It is such a crazy fucking thing to be like, all right, we're bringing this new guy in. It's like, you should have done this in the first one. What are you doing? So someone had the signals were crossed there and stuff.
Yeah.
But
it's like 3 movies of ideas into the final movie of the trilogy.
It was nuts. It was so weird to do that in that movie. So weird. And the guy's being bullied by band members from the school or something. What? Who were the people that made this movie? Are they in the world? Where did they grow up? What is going on? This guy has his trombone. He's bullying the other guy. It's like, what?
Yeah, I
The
remember that
fuck?
when I was in school. I was bullied by the trombone artist.
Yeah,
in the
yeah.
band.
It's always the fucking the woodwinds that gave you the hardest time.
Yeah, and like Michael Myers is like just living in like the sewer, and I
Yeah.
don't know. It's
He's
just,
just a bum with
yeah.
supernatural. I think, is he supernatural? He transfers like thoughts or something at some point. doesn't he?
Yeah, it's really yeah. It seems like all three movies don't really follow whatever story they're going for.
I don't know, but like Halloween Kills is so stupid that I almost I almost had an aneurysm.
It's almost the room for you. It's almost
It is all, except I wasn't enjoying it because I was like, I can't fucking believe that I'm sitting in the theater and someone paid to have this movie made, and this is as stupid as it is. Like,
yeah,
like
and a big budget too.
it was like evil, which killed a couple of people 50 years ago.
Mhm. Yeah, because they skip all the sequels. So they really
Right.
only killed like 2
So,
people.
and it's like this town is still traumatized by this guy that killed a couple of teenagers like 50 years ago. It's like, get over it. And it's like, oh, evil dies tonight. Evil is back. Evil. The only way to defeat evil is to come together as a town, as a community. We can only defeat evil in numbers. Now let's all go out in twos and go at them one by one. And then, like, that's the rest of the movie. Is like people going out in groups of twos, but the one guy's like, I'm going in the house alone. And it's like, what? And then they chase around the little guy. And it was like, oh my god, are we being like punked? Am I in like am I on like a prank show or something? Great stuff. Though.
Yeah.
A lot of violence, though. That was cool.
Yeah, I guess. So you're not a vampire guy. Are you looking for? Are you going to go see Nosferatu, or have you seen Nosferatu? Any interest in Nosferatu?
I don't really like vampires at all. I don't really dig that romantic concept.
Nosferatu usually is not the original one's not very romantic.
I
think
hear
this
there's a
one's
lot of
different.
sex going on. I
Yeah,
don't know
I think
who's
this one's a
having
little
it.
different.
I don't know who's having it. I do like Werner Herzog's Nosferatu.
I do too. Yeah, I like both versions, and Shadow the Vampire thing's good.
Right, yeah. So I mean, I'll go see it just because I go out and see this stuff.
Yeah,
But
I see every. Yeah.
I don't think there's a vampire movie out there that's like in my top anything.
Would you pick a top? Actually, Nosferatu is probably my favorite, the original. But do you have a favorite vampire movie? I'm usually actually not into Dracula movies besides Nosferatu.
I mean, I like the Hammer stuff just because it was Hammer and Christopher Lee, but I mean, I would have to pick Werner Herzog's Nosferatu, I guess. Or maybe I'm not even thinking of anything.
Your Dark's pretty cool.
Your Dark is pretty cool, but it's also, I mean, when you don't have Bill Paxton and the rest of the cast of Aliens on screen,
Lance Henriksen,
it's not working for me.
Yeah, Lance Henriksen's pretty badass in it.
You got Lance, you got Bill Paxton, and you got Vasquez from
yeah.
Interest,
yeah.
And as an Aliens junkie, I appreciate that.
Did you like Romulus?
It's pretty good. Pretty works. I am someone that is kind of like taken out every time cartoon Ian Holm is on screen, and it's a lot. Where cartoon Ash, that doesn't work for me, and he's a major character in the movie. So
yeah, it's not a bit part. Yeah, it is.
Like I'm having flashbacks of Peter Cushing from Rogue One. Sorry, to your friend there, but
as a not even just as a movie fan, as an actor, how do you feel about the use of like AI for these characters?
To quote Black Eyed Susan, "Fuck AI." It's actually not a quote from Black Eyed Susan. It should be the tagline.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want anything to do with it. I have anything I'm in a creative aspect on or have a say in. I will not allow AI at the moment. to be a part of it. I won't consciously be a part of anything that's using AI. That's why, like, I'm so appreciative of Scott Beck and Brian Woods, who made Heretic, who have a disclaimer at the end that no generative
Yeah, that was
AI
great
is
to
used.
see. Yeah.
And those are my guys, man. That's the kind of shit I want to be on there. And it's people trying to sneak AI past me all the time.
Hmm.
Yeah, I just like I think it's not good. It's scary. Just as on this end of the just being in this business,
It's really weird
it's
because I have a lot of my friends are independent filmmakers, and I see a lot of them really embrace it, which is very weird to me and disappointing.
well, I mean, I'm sure what the thing is there is that like they're independent filmmakers and like
Like the
getting
music is
getting
scary
money
good. Have
getting
you ever?
money to do anything
Yeah,
is very hard. And here's this
yeah.
way where
I
they
see
can do
tons
everything
of
themselves.
I see tons of AI posters all the time. Um, the music is scary good. If you ever seen any of the you probably wouldn't even know it's AI. It's very weird.
I've heard my voice. People take my voice from the video game and make me say very raunchy, graphic things on TikTok. And I mean, I'm like, it sounds like me. I've just never said anything about my ass cheeks clapping or
Yeah, and that could go down really, obviously that's embarrassing, but that could go down like really bad paths.
oh,
If you,
and it will. It will.
yeah,
I mean, you're gonna like. I mean, as far as like it's gonna get crazy. Like, think about like video and audio evidence. Like, what can be trusted now?
mhm.
And that's now. In the future, like,
Yeah. Look how much
what is a video of a crime gonna prove? When like how can you tell if it's real or not?
because a few years ago, it's a couple years ago, like, oh, everything's got 6 fingers and it's all goofy. But look how like it's advanced us since then.
Right.
And so, and these are people using like the free AI apps. So if you've got like millions of dollars, you have some insane machine. So yeah, it's just gonna progressively advance to the point where you won't even notice.
Yeah. I mean, I think right now, like, definitely audio is
The audio is like I said, the music is like
yeah, that's
it's
a
really
danger.
crazy.
The VFX people, they're gonna lose. You're talking about audiobooks, though. People who rely.
Oh yeah.
I have a friend, an actor. One of the actors in Round the Decay has great success doing audiobooks, and I mean, that's
Yeah, I didn't even think of something like
why
that.
pay an actor. Why spend money when you can just get a program to
You
read?
spend the
All
money,
people,
and also I assume that's very time consuming to someone to read the whole book. Because like the stand's like 40 something hours. So, and that's the finished project. So I don't know how long like it would actually take to record it. So if you have a program that can spit it out in like 2 minutes or something.
First and foremost, it'll always be about money, and that's all this shit is about. It's
Yeah,
about
well, time
saving
is
money.
money, so
Time is money. It's always all about saving fucking money. Or like, I can't afford to do this and that, and like my robot will just do it for me. It's like, and that's what what a great country it'll be. As hard as it is to get work now,
yeah.
when departments are just decimated. What it's going to be like out there when there's like 3 people working on movies, and one of them is some executive head of a studio.
This became a real downer here, but but my co-host Annabelle couldn't be here today. She really wanted to be here. She loved Black Eyed Susan, but yeah, she won't even allow, which I try not to either, AI on our group, like any kind of AI pictures and all that stuff.
I won't fucking do it. I just block everything I see. I'm old, yell at the sky kind of guy though. But yeah, I mean, I'm not gonna embrace it or whatever. I'd rather the human. Look at movies now. Like, there is a place, there is and always was a place for CG, and that's incorporated, mixed in with with practical effects.
Yeah, like
Any
T2, Jurassic Park kind of
any
stuff.
practical effects artist will tell you that. But like, you know, you look at the movies now, like which are all just CG and green screen and stuff. It's like it just doesn't do it. Like the new new Godzilla movies. Like obviously we knew that Godzilla was rubber suit and practical and all that stuff. And
There's a charm to that.
Didn't think it was real.
Right.
But like looking at these new Godzilla movies, and maybe it's because I'm just old, but like I can't even like I just can't watch them. Like the Godzilla versus King Kong movies, I cannot fucking watch them. It's just like a cartoon. It's just like nothing is there. Like I can't watch it. Like I'd rather see the other stuff. I think
I agree
that goes
100%.
on with so many things. It's like as impressive as you know all digital shit gets. It's just something about it, just too fluid or something. I don't know.
Yeah, the weight's not there.
Yeah.
I think even like bad practical effects has a charm to it, where like bad CG, it's just bad. It's not for me anyway. Yeah, but
as an actor, you know, I think you would rather shit be there
in
some form.
Yeah, not look like at a tennis ball or something.
Yeah, because like if a movie, you know, like so many of these great creature features and stuff. You know, I don't know how they're doing the new Tremors movies, but like, you think fucking the original Tremors would be made in the same way today?
Oh yeah, no way.
Like all these shark movies coming out, it's like, no,
yeah,
or cartoons,
yeah, endless, yeah. Used to be there was like Jaws and then like 3 other shark movies. Now there's like 5,000 shark movies.
There's a lot.
Yeah,
there's a lot.
That and Amityville. Many Amityville movies.
I haven't really seen any of those. They don't really register as movies to me. So
yeah, like Amityville Vibrator. You know, you're not rushing out to see those.
Amityville Glory Hole.
That one's got piqued my interest. But Angela, new Halloween trilogy started out strong, but lost it halfway through Halloween Kills. Laurie's character really suffered after the second movie, in my opinion.
Evil Dies Tonight.
Yeah, she was barely in the second one, right? When she just like in the hospital or something.
Yeah.
Madison, wait till you see the new Anaconda film next year.
It's an interesting premise.
What is the premise? I'm not really familiar.
The premise is that Jack Black and Paul Rudd, I think, I may be mistaken. I think it's about a group of friends whose favorite movie growing up was Anaconda, and then they go to the rainforest to like celebrate it or something, and then they get, I think,
if they buy the Vinegar Syndrome box set of Anaconda,
right? That's going to be my next Congo pitch, my Congo reboot.
Yeah, right. They just buy them.
Anyway, it's Jack Black and Paul Rudd in this Anaconda movie. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, it's real weird. I was a big Tenacious D fan, so like I was like Jack Black.
I like Jack Black. I don't have any problem with that.
I'd rather say, why not? Well, instead of Rudd, put KG in there. That's who we need.
Yeah, I don't know who the rest of the cast is. Maybe they're in there.
Yeah.
Maybe we'll get John Voight back.
No, he was in Megalopolis. That was a movie.
Yeah. He's still around.
Yeah. Did you see Megalopolis?
No. I don't. I'm not in any rush to see that.
No, it was. I mean, I love Godfather and Apocalypse Now. So watching that was like, it's just sad. It was probably the worst movie I saw this year. It was just like a disaster in every level.
Seems like an experimental kind of thing. Yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, my friend Annabelle loved it, so it was the biggest movie we ever disagreed on. Like
most divisive movie of the year.
Yeah. She like started to beat me up after I didn't like it. But yeah, whatever. It's cool. I like it. Someone likes it. That's good. All right. So I like the Christmas tree behind you. You're a festive man. Got the black Christmas shirt.
Well, yeah. I mean, I'm not home right now, so you know, I found this tree and I just put it behind me.
She stole someone's tree and like put it behind you, and
It's I don't know.
it could have been like
I-
some maybe a Five Below or something. No, I like it. It was good. I like it.
But
I appreciate that you were festive here for the show.
I tried. I mean, you know, you got to throw this together. You know, that's the life of the traveling person is, you know, you got to adapt and make do. So I had to find some corner, and I appreciate my children and the dog have remained mostly quiet for this.
Oh
So-
yeah. I remember.
And it's
you
been
at the
long. I've been
beginning.
on here like 3 hours. So
Yeah. Usually people are sick of me way before this.
I like to talk about myself and other and movies. So this is the convention experience. Like in the few times I go out and do conventions, this is how I am. People are like, yo, you're so personable. It's like I'm talking about myself. Like,
Well, we also talked about Taco Bell and Rambo.
yeah, but it's all
it's
links.
all your interest. Yeah.
It all links back to me.
Yeah,
Even
the
when I'm
top 5
trashing
Damian
Halloween
interests.
Kills,
Yeah.
I direct it back to me.
Yeah, it's bad. It's not good. I
I
don't know.
want to
about
have
this
Taco
one.
Bell again though.
Yeah. Well, when the new Anaconda comes out, we're gonna have Damian back on, and we'll get a
Yes.
big review.
Like Damian Maffei comes back to talk about Anaconda. But people are like, you in it? Like, no, it's a studio movie. They wouldn't hire me. I'm just here to trash it.
But no, I'd love to have you back sometime if you're into that.
I am into that. As long as there's something to talk about.
Yeah, of course. No, yeah, I know. Yeah, next time, you got something cool out, come back on. We'll have
Hopefully
Annabelle.
Black Eyed Susan will be on some fucking streaming service.
Yeah, and like I said, not just because you're here. I love Black Eyed Susan, and I recommend it to everybody.
Good. Thank
It's
you.
going to be on. Spoiler: it's going to. We'll be doing our top 13 list sometime next month, and it's going to be on mine.
That's excellent. I bet you that's the only list that'll make it on.
Maybe, but
Because it's just not been out there. I hear Shudder is willing to be brave enough to take it. Uncensored, which is important. Because that's the problem, is that the rest of the services won't take it uncensored. As far as I get.
In my mind, it's really not very graphic, but
no, it's not. It's the male nudity thing. I think it's the male nudity thing, the full frontal thing, and I think there's just a little too much of her angles. So that's it. But yeah, I mean, you're absolutely right. It's really not that. There's no graphic sex scenes and the violence. Like, yeah, it's in people's heads. It's like back when everyone said Texas Chainsaw was the goriest movie ever made.
yeah, and there's barely any blood in it.
Really? Where is it?
Yeah. Even Human Centipede actually is like not really. The second one's very graphic. The first one's not. It's
the back end of the Human Centipede played my wife in a movie that is still unreleased.
Really? So was it Ashley or Ashlyn?
Ashlyn, wonderful actor.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of Human Centipede. So
she's great. She was in part 2 as well.
Yeah, she comes back for, and I guess none of them are in part 3, but
I went, and we were filming in York, Pennsylvania, and I went into this. We had a day off, and I was like, oh my god, there's like a morbid curiosity shop near here, and I was like, we gotta go. So we went there, and I went to the shop, and like Ashlyn wandered off, and I was down there, and then the girl at the counter, she was walking around, and I was like, I'm gonna get her to talk about, so I can talk about myself. And she was like, hey, how you doing? You live around here? I was like, no, I'm in town filming a movie. And she was like, oh, really? What kind of movie? I was like, it's a horror movie. And she was like, oh, wow. Is there anybody in it I know? I was like, well, I'm in it, you know. She's like, oh, what, have you been in anything I've seen? I was like, well, have you seen Strangers Pray at Night? She was like, no, sorry. Okay. Haunt? She was like, what's that? I was like, forget it. I was like, what is your favorite movie? And she was like, The Human Centipede. I was like, Ashlyn, you're up.
Wow, I would not expect that.
I was not expecting that.
Yeah.
I don't think I've ever heard that.
Yeah.
So
I'm
I
gonna go to
feel
this
like,
shop.
again, it's another one of these times where I felt like I was on a prank show. Like it had been set up.
Now, since you know the Human Centipede, we used to sell these on the website, and it was in. So this was the Human Family Pede that you could put on the back of your car. It's a nice little. Yeah.
Before I did that movie, I was at a convention and there was someone selling.
Uh-oh.
Someone's selling like a iron cut human centipede things, like the steel cut thing.
Yeah.
And you can buy them separate. And so I was like, which one's the back end? And they're like, well, this one. I was like, that's the one I want. They're like, you don't want all three? I was like, no, we're going to be in a movie at the back end. They were like, it doesn't really make sense. I was like, and then I was like, oh, what if I don't like her? Because I'd never met her. I was like, what if she's like a bitch? I was like, this gift works either way, because if she's cool, I'm going to give her the human centipede. But if she's an asshole, I'm going to give her the human centipede. So yeah, our last day of filming, I was like, oh, I got something for you. And she was totally fucking cool and brilliant. And that movie is the best acting I've ever done. And it's mostly me and her, and it's still not out yet. But it's called They Watch. But
I'm looking forward to it. I like Ashlyn a lot. She's been on the show several times. I met her a bunch of times, so I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah. Oh, hopefully it's been a long time. But yeah. But yeah. All right.
Yeah, I saw last time she was on, she had a new movie out. I think it was maybe it was 2 or 3 years ago, and it was really cool. It was like a horror sci-fi movie, and I can't remember the name, but I like her a lot, so I'm glad. I would be looking forward to seeing this.
Yeah, we're great in it. I mean, we're good. I can tell when it's going good. You know, the acting.
Yeah. Yeah. And she's super nice. Super nice.
She was great to work with.
Yeah. All right. Cool. All right. Well, maybe when that comes out, we'll have you back. And
if I'm still alive,
we'll skip Anaconda and we'll go for this.
Yeah. Okay. All right. All right. We'll see which
maybe
comes
we'll get
first.
an update on Anaconda. I feel like this has to happen at some point.
Well, it already has a release date. It's in 2025. So Anaconda. So we got to hurry up.
All right. Fair enough. All right. I really did enjoy this. This was a good time.
Yeah, me too. Thanks for having me on, and we'll do it again.
Yeah, definitely. All right. Merry Christmas, Happy New Year.
Merry Christmas. I'll talk to you again.
All right. Bye. And thanks everybody. Sorry I didn't get to all these posted here, but thank you for sending stuff. All right.
Message me on TikTok.
Yeah.
Or the site that has messages. And I'll answer.
I don't think TikTok's probably really the way to message.
Snapchat. I'm not on there, but go ahead anyway.
Friendster. All right.
And MySpace. Top 8. All right.
Exactly. Beautiful Madison. You're all in our top 8.
All right. I'll talk to you later.
All right. Bye.
Bye.